the Teatrum Gdanense Foundation and Gdansk Shakespeare Theatre, he directed change the cultural landscape of the city, marking its crucial place on the map of European culture. We are bringing together the representatives of culture, science. We are showing various areas of Jerzy Limon's activity, the theory and history of theatre, Shakespearean drama, Elizabethan drama, his novels, his translations, the concepts of great happenings and artistic events, commemorating important milestones in the history of theatre construction. On many occasions, scientific scholarly works of Jerzy Limon were innovative and not only discovered the existence of Shakespeare's Theatre in Gdansk, but also impacted the developments in this area in other parts of Europe. It is not possible in those few words to really sketch the impact that Jerzy Limon had on all these areas. This is something that is to be done by the panel speakers. But there is one particular area that I would like to draw your attention to. Jerzy Limon has authored 5 novels, one of which postmodernistic apocryphic whale is something I would like to mention. It brings together a number of genres, and Jerzy Limon, who spent a lot of time in libraries, proves to be a wonderful cheater of archival documents, biblical texts, legends, sonnets, parts of drama, various literary genres. The whale, not directly, also refers to the considerations of the author on history and memory. And it warns us against arbitrary imposition of a single vision of history of the world, and he warns us against the consequences it might have. Jerzy Limon proved that even the most crazy dreams can come true. It requires tenacity, perseverance, hard work, and luck. And this wonderful, warm smile of the goddess of fortune, as well as favorable muses, who I hope will keep on supporting our theatre and its new director, Agata. He often said that his faith in success, his enthusiasm, these were the features that won over his friends, and he passed away suddenly, leaving us with his legacy, with his message and faith that the art shall continue to live until the last syllable of time registered. Thank you very much, and I wish you an interesting and fruitful conference. I would like to ask Professor Jacek Kopczyński, the head of the organization committee of the conference, to take the floor. Thank you very much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I feel part of your team, and I feel very good about it. First of all, I would like to welcome our guests from abroad and from Poland, guests from foreign and Polish universities, theaters, culture institutions. The exceptional concept of time proposed by Jerzy Limon involves the fact that it is only up to us whether we will be able to meet Jerzy again and yet again and yet again. Jerzy Limon always emphasized this important role of people from the present time, of reenacting, reactivating the past. We are meeting here in order to experience a meeting with Jerzy Limon yet again, with his exceptional works And we organized an interdisciplinary conference because we were forced to do that by Jerzy Limon himself. He was present and active in so many areas of scholarly activity. He was a creator, a lecturer, and I could multiply the list of roles and functions here. The panels here reflect this interdisciplinary nature of Professor Jerzy Limon's activity. Let us start with the theory of the theatre. The theory that Jerzy Limon devoted a lion's share of his activity to, focusing on the most important categories in theatre, such as time and space. Other panels will be devoted, respectively, to what became very important for Limon, so his adventure with the history of the theatre and the English theatre in particular. Another panel is Shakespeareana, exceptional meetings of Jerzy Limon with the works of William Shakespeare. That's day one. Day two will be devoted to some other activities so eagerly undertaken by Professor Limon. We'll start with the narration, and we will mention the literary activity of Jerzy Limon as an author. Then we will focus on the art of translation. Translation is performed by Jerzy Limon, but also we will ask about the possibilities of his work being translated. And then we'll close our conference with a meeting and reflection taken by the people who, together with Jerzy Limon, co-organized, co-created the entire international community and meetings of the international community of international Shakespearean theatres. It will also be a meeting with people who will tell us about exceptional, magnificent talents of Jerzy Limon as an organizer of all sorts of actions and activities. This will be a closing part of our conference, and as you can see, the conference is incredible and exceptional in its nature. We have not prepared papers. We have contributions that will be the essence of the panels, chaired by a moderator who will give the floor to consecutive panelists, and then will encourage a discussion that hopefully you, ladies and gentlemen, will also enter. The first panel, devoted to theory, will be chaired by Sylwia Dobkowska from the University of Gdansk. Welcome. And the participants of this panel are Professor Jacek Fabiszak from Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, Professor Patrice Pavis from France, University Paris, and also Professor Tomasz Wiśniewski representing the University of Gdańsk. Online we will hear from Professor Tomasz Kubikowski from Theatrical Academy in Warsaw. Without further ado, I give the floor to Sylwia Dobkowska.
Mam nadzieję, że mogę już zaczynać. Dzień dobry Państwu. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie.
Unfortunately, the speaker is not using the microphone. If you could please intervene so that we can hear. Okay, apparently the technicians are working on making it happen.
Spróbuję jeszcze raz. Teraz świetnie. Dobrze.
I'll try
Szanowni
it again.
Państwo, zacznę
Wonderful.
jeszcze raz.
Ladies
Jak
and
już
gentlemen,
wspomniałam,
let me
mam
start
zaszczyt
again.
być
It is
moderatorką
my
na tym
honor
panelu
to moderate
i
this
reprezentuję
panel.
Zakład
I've
Badań
been,
nad
I
Sztukami
represent the
Scenicznymi w
Department of
Instytucie
Performing
Anglistyki
Arts
i
at the
Amerykanistyki
Institute
na
of
Uniwersytecie Gdańskim.
English and American
Zakład został
Studies at the
założony
University
przez
of
profesora
Gdansk. The
Jerzego
department
Limona na
was
wzór
created by
działań
Professor
Szekspira.
Jerzy Limon,
Szekspir był nie tylko
reflecting the
doskonałym
actions
artystą,
performed by
ale również
Shakespeare.
menadżerem
Shakespeare,
własnego
who
teatru.
was not only a wonderful
Tego
artist, but also
właśnie
a
uczymy
manager of
naszych
his own theatre.
studentów,
And this is
żeby
what we
potrafili
are
zarządzać
teaching our students.
teatrami,
We
instytucjami
want them to be able
artystycznymi.
to manage
Jak już skończą kierunek
theatres and artistic
zarządzanie
institutions.
instytucjami artystycznymi
And this is
na
what they
naszej
can do
uczelni.
on completion
Obecnie
of
kierownikiem
arts
zakładu jest
management
profesor
at
Tomasz
our
Wiśniewski,
department.
obecny tutaj wśród nas.
The head of the department is Professor Tomasz
Tak, na
Wiśniewski, who
naszym
is here
panelu
among us.
oczywiście już zostali przedstawieni nasi
Participants
wybitni i
of the
wspaniali
panel
goście.
have already been
Mamy
introduced.
profesora
Among
Tomasza
us we have
Wiśniewskiego,
Professor
mamy
Tomasz
profesora
Wiśniewski,
Patrice Pawi,
Professor Patrice
mamy
Pawi,
profesora Jacka
Professor
Fabiszaka
Jacek
i oczywiście
Fabiszak,
online
and of course
profesora
online
Tomasza
Professor
Kubikowskiego.
Tomasz Kubikowski.
Konferencja jest nazwana
The conference
Jerzy
has been
Limon,
entitled Jerzy Limon,
Inspiracja, Dialog,
Inspiration,
Polemika
Polemics.
i tak właśnie
And
będzie
this
skonstruowany
is
nasz
how
panel.
our panel is
Na
going to
początku
be
będzie czas na
structured. First, we will
inspirację.
have time for
Będą
inspiration.
krótkie przedstawienia,
We'll
krótkie
have short
prezentacje,
contributions,
10-minutowe.
presentations of
I w
about
tym
10
czasie
minutes
poproszę
from
wszystkich
our panel
Państwa o
speakers. And this time I would
zanotowanie
like to
pytań,
ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to
komentarzy,
note down any
przemyśleń,
questions,
coś,
comments,
co
any
będzie potrzebne
reflections, anything
w drugiej
we
części
might
naszego
need
panelu,
in the second
czyli
part of
dialog
the panel.
i
That is
polemika.
dialogue and
Mam nadzieję, że
polemics.
wszyscy mają jakiś
I
długopis,
hope that
ołówek,
each of
teraz
you
jest
have
czas, żeby
something to
przygotować
write with, a
wszystko.
pen or a pencil.
Oczywiście
Now
tematem
you've got a
panelu
moment to
będzie
prepare
teoria
it.
teatru w
And
badaniach
of course,
Jerzego
the
Limona.
topic will be the theory of
Idąc
theatre
śladami
and
profesora
Jerzy Limon's
Limona,
works.
językiem
Following his
panelu
steps,
będzie zarówno
we
język
will be
polski,
speaking both Polish
jak
and
i
English
angielski.
during the
Także
panel.
zapraszam wszystkich do wypowiedzi i w języku
So please feel
polskim,
free to
i
speak
w języku
in
angielskim.
Polish or in English.
Jako pierwszą osobę
The
do wygłoszenia
first
inspiracji
person
zapraszam
to share their
światowej sławy
inspiration
badacza, profesora
that I would like to
Patrice
invite
Pavi.
is Professor Patrice Pavi.
Profesor pracuje na paryskich uczelniach 3. i 8, a także na Uniwersytecie w
professor at the
Kent.
University
Jest
of Paris
pracownikiem
3 and
naukowym
Paris 8,
kilku
as well as the
uniwersytetów
University of Kent,
niemieckich oraz
different German
Narodowego
universities, and at
Uniwersytetu
the
Artystycznego w
Korea
Korei.
National University of
Jest
the Arts,
wyróżniony tytułem
honorary fellow of the
Uniwersytetu
University of
Londyńskiego
London,
oraz doktora honoris
honoris
causa
causa
Uniwersytetów w
Bratislava,
Bratysławie i Sofii.
Sofia.
Autor między
Are the other
innymi
honors,
przetłumaczonego na
he
wiele
is the
języków
author of entire
słownika terminów teatralnych,
Dictionnaire du
Languages of
Théâtre,
the Stage,
which has been translated
Theatre
into
at the
several
Crossroads of Culture,
languages, as well as languages of the
Analyzing
stage,
Performance,
theatre at the
Contemporary
crossroads of
Mise en
culture,
Scène,
analyzing
the
performance,
Routledge
contemporary mise en
Dictionary of
scène, the
Performance
Routledge Dictionary
and
of Performance, and contemporary
Theatre
theatre,
oraz
and
Performing Korea.
Career.
A dzisiaj profesor
And today,
zaproponował
professor
referat pod tytułem I to też
We'll
prawda.
speak on
Rozważanie na
is
temat
also
inscenizacji
true,
Króla
that's true
Lira
too. Thoughts on a
kontekście
production of King
analizy
Lear as
artykułu
analyzed in Jerzy
Jerzego
Limon's
Limona,
article,
A Candle,
A Candle of Darkness,
Multiple
Multiple
Deities
Deities
in
in Roberto
Ciulli's
King Lear.
Profesorze,
Professor,
zapraszamy.
the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here for the third time. I was already twice in your city at the invitation of Professor Limon, twice at the festival, and we even met in Paris once. So we knew a little bit each other, I would say. However, discussing the performances led us to a rethinking of performance analysis and of theory of drama. And I came across an article by Jerzy. I'm going to say Jerzy, please bear with me, because it's the way I would address him. I came across an article of Jerzy published in 2008 called A Candle of Darkness, Multiplied Deixis in Roberto Ciulli's King Lear. At that time, I wasn't quite sure what multiplied deixis meant, but I did know Roberto Ciulli's. I had not seen King Lear. I managed a few weeks ago to get a copy of a DVD of that production.
Tomasz Kubikowski, ja mam pytanie, czy dałoby się tak zrobić, żebym słyszał?
I'm not talking into the microscope, or what is it?
I think it's okay.
It was just a request from one of the panelists in order to make it possible for him to hear the discussion and the presentation.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about this article. Can you hear me well now? Is that okay? I'm going to talk only about this article, but I think it really sums up really the thinking, the theoretical thinking of Jerzy, and not just it is not just an analysis of Juli's production, but it's much more than. It combines at the same time, and that's something which I really admired in Jerzy, it combines at the same time an excellent historical knowledge of an author, and then also a dramaturgical analysis of a play, the way to analyze a play, that is theater theory, and then what I call performance analysis, the way of looking at a performance, analyzing a performance as a critic. That is in a kind of a hermeneutic interpretation. I always wanted to discuss this article with Jerzy, but never got a chance to, because he was very busy here, but I would like to show a few thoughts with you about this article. To paraphrase Gloucester in King Lear, I think all that's true too. In a way, it sums up Jerzy's readiness to accept different views, different ideas, different theories, and to somehow integrate them in his own thinking and give us a very clear outline of this. So it is really a candle in darkness. This work is for me a candle in darkness. In Jerzy's article, I think all main questions, truth, are systematically approached according to these three categories I just mentioned. I'm going to show you 2 minutes of this production of Julie. I hope it works, and you have a slight idea how it was done. If we could have a look at. It's difficult to get exactly the passage I want to show, but I hope we can have it. In the meantime, I will just keep going. In this production, all art actors are supposed to be characters who are blind. They don't know where they are going. They walk like blind persons. And I think it is interesting to see that this character are supposed to be blind, but they don't show that they are blind at the same time. So the audience doesn't really know where it stands. The semiotic principle, one of the main principles Jerzy was using in this article was the notion of deixis. Let me just say what is deixis. Deictic function of language means that in language you're using words like I, you, there, here. And they don't have meanings in itself, but they just have meaning when they are uttered, when you see and hear them in space and time. They're called deictics. And so this article speaks about this notion of deixis. We could say that and I quote now Jerzy, the fictional figure is a synthesis of the various relationships between fictional and material and verbal substances of the performance, and it does not exist in a material sense, for it is created in the mind of the spectator. So we have to do the work, the final work ourselves. Why is it so important to talk about deixis? Because the figure is always constructed by a particular actor, what this actor does and says, but also by other factors, that is, such as other figures, I'm quoting now again, other figures' utterances, behavior, costume, makeup, light, music, and the like. So we are in a situation of enunciation where we're supposed to understand what's going on. We are, I would call it in French, we are in a mise en scène, we are in a production. But mise en scène means the production as organized, as understandable, because it's organized somehow, and we have to understand it. Now, what is important for me is that this notion of deixis led Jerzy to the stressing the importance of space, but also of time. And his point was that the figure, what he called the figure, which means the persona, with the character, die Figur in German, but he calls that the figure, is constructed and not only by what particular actor who creates it does and says, but also by other factors, such as other figures, utterances, behavior, costume, makeup, and so on. Now, I think this is very important to understand that today there is a kind of new trend in cognitive theory of narrative. I came across recently this work. I can't say much about it, but I would say that it's already latent, it's already included in Jerzy's thinking. It's not just only narratology, the study of a story, how a story is constructed, but also what we could call, what has been called a proto-narrative, what comes before the story in our mind, how we organize our ideas. So I would have really liked to know more about deixis and talking to Jerzy, what he calls this multiplication of deixis, of denoted fictional figures. But somehow it's very important to stress that for him, for Jerzy, what is important in this notion of deixis and also in this production is typical, I quote again, typical for the theater is the appearance of at least two time streams and paradoxically two present times, the fictional one of the figures and the real one of the actors and the audience. So in the thing we could see, or you will see sometimes, I will leave the DVD here.
It will be at the end of presentation.
At the end, okay, fine. You will see that the actor, sometimes they sit opposite each other, they look at each other, but you can see that they don't see really, because you can see they are blind. And King Lear is using a tape recorder, an old tape recorder, wheel-to-wheel recorder, and he's listening to some parts of the text of Shakespeare, which have to do with him, as if he would be remembering what has happened a long time ago. And somehow, I see time is running out soon, so some time ago, it was very important to understand that Jerzy's conception of a theater production. He saw a theater production, and while describing the work of Tully, he says the director Tully not so much interprets the play, but inserts the play into a production of his own creation, which in many ways is not predicted or implied by the play. At best, he translates the verbal into the visual, creating a transmutation rather than an adaptation. I would agree that it's a transmutation, but I think also it's more than a transmutation, this process. I see it also as an adaptation, because you always adapt Shakespeare when you put Shakespeare on stage, when you ask an actor to play. It's not just, transmuting exactly what is in the play, because we don't know what is in the play exactly. So it's always adapting somehow. And somehow the deictic or the deixis function is important, because you have the confrontation of different materials, different sign systems, and that's what deixis is about. It's about showing, connecting, and this is really a crucial element for the spectator. So there is what Jerzy calls a multiplied deixis, not just one deixis, but very different type of relationship between actors, material, and so on. It's very difficult to pin down what are these types of indexes. Indexical function, says Jerzy, revealed by the actor in relation to the created fictional realm. So we have actor always pointing to a possible fictional realm. Somehow it's interesting to see how Jerzy confronts the deictic I of the me of the actor, and the deictic I of the figure, of the character. And this confrontation is not always harmonious. It's very often, particularly in post-dramatic theater or in Juli's theater for that matter, it's really a kind of a incongruous. It's really, you don't see the relationship at first. So there is a kind of a Verfremdung effect, as Brecht would say, an alienation effect. And somehow the deictic congruity or incongruity is something which we have to deal with as a spectator. So after this first part in the article of Jerzy, he comes back to a very precise performance analysis. And I think it's really necessary you can't really understand that analysis if you don't really have some kind of general theoretical background, which he has already in this article somehow explained. And again, he's making the opposition between deixis of the real actor, deixis of the fiction, of the character, figure, and also the figure of Shakespeare's play. Now, it's always difficult to know, what is the figure in Shakespeare's play? How do we know what it really meant? We have some hypotheses, but it's never quite sure. But what is important for us today is that, and this is the point Jerzy was making clearly, we have to use memory as a type of narrative, be it in narratology or a proto-narrative before the narration. It's also there's also a memory of how we understand things. His point was excellent, and I have to quote it. He says, it is in predominantly memory that constitutes a conscious human being. We are because we remember, and this is why time and memory are vital to what constitutes our identity. So in the final part of this article, he is then able to really do an interpretation of the production, that it takes risks. Hermeneutics is always taking a risk interpreting something. But he has really covered the ground to make his point clear and some understandable and convincing, I would say. So to sum up, I would finish by saying that I think his work for me was very important to really confirm and really help me go further in the notion of mise en scène, of staging. Staging as understanding where the deixis are working, how one is opening a text, the idea of staging as testing different readings, inventing new tasks for the actor beyond pretending or experiences. And so somehow we go back to his very useful trilogy I was talking at the beginning. This is what I wanted to share with him if I had time to sit and discuss it in details, but I wanted to share it with you, and because I think this conversation is now between you and me, and maybe also between us and him, and that's why I wanted to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Pani. May we see the movie now?
This is King Lear.
Blas, Wind, blas, das platzt die Backe. Tobe, blas, ihr Katarakte Hurrikane spuckt, bis ihr den Kirchturmspitz ertränkt, den Hahn ersäuft. Ihr schwefligen, hirnschnellen Feuerblitze, Vordruck des Donnerkeils, der Eichen bricht, senkt mir mein Weißhaar. Und du, Allschmetterer Donner, schlag flach den fetten Rundbauch dieser Welt, spreng jede Gussform der Natur, allen Lebenskeim, stäub jetzt davon der Undank Menschenmacht.
He's talking here. I don't know if you can hear me.
Nie wiem, czy słyszą mnie Państwo, ale tutaj
He's talking here with the fool
Lear rozmawia
in King Lear.
z głupcem w Królu Lirze.
The fool is the actress doing the fool was
Wcielająca się
Cordelia,
w tę rolę aktorka to ta sama, która odgrywała rolę Cordeli, córki Lira. Więc mamy tutaj to dziwne powiązanie pomiędzy Cordelią a postacią głupca. Widać było, że nie jest to takie statyczne, natomiast w pewien sposób mieliśmy do czynienia z wolnym biegiem czasu. Aktorzy nie wiedzieli, dokąd zmierzają, nie widzieli się nawzajem.
Inventing, the story. So that was.
Thank you. We would love to see it. If there is a possibility, czy możemy prosić o ponowne
I will leave you the DVD, the CD. Yeah, of course.
Would love to see it actually, and I'm sure the audience would love to see it as well, right? Jeżeli jest taka możliwość, poprosiłabym o ponowne puszczenie filmu.
So if possible, I would like to ask you to replay the video, if we may.
Okay. Niestety, proszę Państwa,
Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, it is not possible to do it at this point.
Ale zapraszam do obejrzenia
But I would like to encourage you to return to this video. I will certainly do that. Thank you very much, Professor. Bravo.
Kolejną osobą na naszym panelu będzie profesor Tomasz Wiśniewski z Uniwersytetu Gdańskiego. Osoba, która blisko współpracowała z profesorem
has cooperated closely with Professor Limon within Gdansk
Tomasz
University, and as I
Wiśniewski
mentioned,
kieruje zakładem
Professor Tomasz
badań
Wiśniewski
nad
is the
sztukami
head of the
scenicznymi
Department of
Uniwersytetu
Performing
Gdańskiego.
Arts at the
W latach
University of Gdańsk. This 2016-2019, he was Deputy Director for Research in the Institute of English and American Studies at the University of Gdańsk. He's the founder of the Beckett Research Group in Gdańsk and the Between Pomiędzy Festival that we of course invite you to participate in. In 2016, he published Complicity, Theatre and Aesthetics, also Kształt Literacki Samuela Becketa. He has been a co-editor and editor of several academic publications, including Włodzimierz Staniewski and the Phenomenon and the Phenomenon of Gardzienice, a publication from this year. He is also on the editorial board of the literary quarterly Tekstualia, regional managing editor for the Theatre Times, a member of the board of the Polish Association for the Study of English, and a member of the program board of the Gdansk Shakespeare Theatre. Professor will offer a presentation entitled Practical Semiotics in Theatre Studies Today. The floor is yours, Professor. I would like to thank you very much for the invitation to this panel and the conference that has been organized in such a flawless way. I will speak English.
Practical Semiotics in Theatre Studies Today. The overall title of the conference and the scope of this opening panel encouraged us, to read and respond to theoretical writings of Jerzy Limon. This is an awkward experience, as statements that were taken for granted in the past at present reach their full academic prominence and convey a well-defined, if dynamic, vision of theater studies. What is striking is certain evolution of thought that may be observed between... Czy mogę prosić o drugi slajd? Między niebem a sceną, between heaven and the stage, the 2002 volume in Polish, and the chemistry of the theater that was written for the global readership and published in 2010 by Palgrave Macmillan. Even though these books concentrate on similar matter, time and space in particular, their focus is slightly different, and the shift is directed from more prescriptive, one may say authoritarian scholarship, where definitions and theoretical assumptions determine a vision of theater, to a more descriptive, practical employment of Limon's theoretical model to analytical and interpretative procedures. This direction, I argue, illustrates a more general tendency in semiotic approach to theater studies and is most inspiring for other scholars, at least for me. The chemistry of the theater formulates rather ambitious objectives and delivers a concise and compressed argument that depicts and illustrates Limon's understanding of theater as, I quote, an artistic medium, end of quotation. The book requires a slow reading, but the issues addressed are surprisingly refreshing 12 years after publication. Limon reminds us that theater scholarship should not necessarily be restricted to critical, political, sociological, or ideological matters that are of immediate relevance, but may result from the observation that the theater is a complicated communicative medium, and that significant part of its meaning, perhaps the most thought-provoking one, is self-oriented, substance-specific, as Professor Limon calls this, and explores ways of meaning creation. He writes, the previous one, I think, the previous slide, if I may. Oh, okay. He writes, "We must not forget, as often happens in recent theoretical and ideological writings, that theater is an artistic medium and as such reveals features not to be found in non-artistic texts. What counts is how the meaning is created and not necessarily what the meaning is in the referential sense. What also counts is how that means to the spectator. We do not have to agree with the author and or director and or with his her ideology, but we can recognize and appreciate the artistry of the work. Obvious as it is, the observation that artistic communication is capable of mediating even between exclusive world visions is valid in scholarship today. We do not need to agree with a worldview expressed in a performance so as to appreciate its artistic quality. Although in the book, Professor Limon operates exclusively in the field of theater, he adapts many of the achievements of literary studies or even linguistics, for example, processes of selection and combination, but he is usually attentive to challenges imposed by such a procedure. Nonetheless, contrary to some of his intentions, some of his theoretical generalizations are clearly grounded in dramatic rather than, for example, devised or physical theater. What I mean is, Limon's theoretical model is, to some degree, convention-specific. As for his former student and younger colleague, who was persuaded by Professor Limon to abandon literary approach to plays dramatology for the sake of theatrological approach, and theatrology as understood by Dobrochna Ratajczykova necessarily, I find this dimension of the chemistry of the theater intriguing. The matters of the natural language, as opposed to the stage speech, are particularly thought-provoking and worthy of further dialogue. And here I may ask for the next slide, the next quotation from Professor Limon. The stage speech conveys more information than the language alone. A word uttered in a visible and audible context with which it becomes blended means much more than outside that context. End of quotation. On the one hand, the natural language is treated as one of many codes participating in a complicated semiosis, and on the other hand, certain logocentric premises are axiomatic in the proposed theoretical model. In consequence, Limon believes that theater makers are capable of controlling the, as he calls this, osmosis, and in this way may focus, and in this way focus spectators' attention on theater makers' intentions. And at this point, I may ask for the next slide. And the quotation goes, if we select wrong components, the outcome will inevitably be different from that intended. End of quote. That is certainly true in most dramatic theater, but I am not sure it is equally relevant, for example, in all devised or physical theater. As in any scholarship of quality, the chemistry of theater provokes some polemic and inspires further scrutiny. In the model proposed by Limon, particular attention is given to the metaphor of the fifth wall, which is understood as an invisible wall separating the real spectators from the world inhabited by stage figures. The fourth wall is the convention separating the stage, real actors, from the spectators. Subtle and persuasive as the suggestion is, it raises some semiotic questions when Limon discusses what he calls the rule of accessibility and argues that stage figures do not see audience, as if suggesting that the ontological semiotic status of the two sides of the fifth wall was the same. And here the fifth quotation, please. During the performance, it is constantly signaled to us by the actors that the figures see the other side of the fifth wall only. That is, they do not share our double view, do not perceive the effect of theatricality in anything around them, and they do not see the substance of the semiotic world of the stage. End of quotation. In my view, it is more convincing to perceive stage figures as complicated semiotic constructs whose role is that of conveying meanings rather than of existing in the same sense as the real spectators do. Other passages in the book prove that Professor Limon is fully aware of this fact, and yet, for the sake of this particular metaphor, he explores consequences of postulating ontological equity between the two sides of the fifth wall and explores the rule of accessibility. This question is particularly important for analysis and interpretation of contemporary physical theater, where performance liveness seems to challenge some of the assumptions concerning the fifth wall. In this case, the relation between the real actor and the stage figure becomes part of the substance-oriented discussion and is decisive for the artistic, aesthetic quality of the performance. The question of the fifth wall and the rule of accessibility illustrate a fascinating aspect of the chemistry of the theater. The vision of theater studies, as proposed by Jerzy Limon, is singular and idiosyncratic. I refer here to Derek Ettridge's notion of singularity on purpose. In my view, this is the main inspiration which the book in particular, and Jerzy Limon's theoretical proposals in general, foster. The scholar proves intellectual power of creating a theoretical model that is personal in character and simultaneously aspires to universal quality. The theoretical model proposed in the Chemistry of the Theatre, with its discussion of performances presented at the Gdansk Shakespeare Festival or produced by Teatr Wybrzeże, or analysis of plays by Shakespeare and his contemporaries, or with a personal admission, admission that, I quote, the final scene of Stoppard's Arcadia is among the best ever created in drama, end of quotation, is endowed with a strong textual signature of Jerzy Limon. It is striking how cautiously the academic framework for the book is selected. In the chapter on time, the dialogue with Patrice Pavie is offered, and in the discussion of the theatre within the theatre convention, it is Manfred Pfister's definition that is a starting point. Elsewhere, a Lirosic standpoint is discussed. Professor Limon's enormous erudition is a well-known fact, and yet in the book, the selection of those with whom he discusses is thoughtful and meaningful. His approach to theatre is hugely individualized, and this may be well illustrated by the fact that in the Chemistry of the Theatre, he prefers to consider the perspective of an individual spectator, sometimes in plural spectators, rather than a collective, perhaps in his view, depersonified body of an audience. What I think theoretical dimension of Jerzy Limon's scholarship proves is that it is the individual internal vision consciously placed within the spectrum of parallel theoretical visions that is the core of scholarship in humanistic studies. As he writes, and this is the final quotation from Professor Limon, thank you, but the ultimate meaning in theatre is not the created fiction in itself, but also the relationship between that fiction and the substance of the signifier. And it is perhaps the greatest value of reading his scholarship, that we may decide which parts of his statements are convincing to each of us, and which of his ideas may be applied as tools in the individual interpretative and analytical practice, with the hope that they may turn out to be as fruitful for us as it is in the Chemistry of the Theatre, a book that concludes with a discussion of a single play to which Limon's argument has led. And it is, of course, Spanish Tragedy by Thomas Kidd. Thank you.
Dziękujemy serdecznie panie profesorze. Publiczności przypominam, że teraz jest czas, żeby zapisywać ewentualne pytania. Widzę, że wielu z Państwa je właśnie notuje. Dziękuję serdecznie. Przejdźmy do kolejnej prezentacji. I tym razem zaproszę profesora Jacka Fabiszaka z Uniwersytetu Adama Mickiewicza w Poznaniu do wygłoszenia kolejnej prezentacji. Profesor Fabiszak jest nauczycielem akademickim na Wydziale Anglistyki Uniwersytetu imienia Adama Mickiewicza w Poznaniu. Bada teatr i dramat renesansowej Anglii, twórczość Szekspira i Marlowa oraz je filmowe i teatralne adaptacje. Opublikował m.in. monografię Polish Televised Shakespeare oraz Shakespeare's Drama Social Roles. Popularyzuje twórczość Szekspira w Polsce, jest współautorem publikacji Shakespeare Lexicon oraz współredaktorem czytania Szekspira. Prezes Polskiego Towarzystwa Szekspirowskiego, kieruje także Zakładem Badań nad Tekstami Kultury na Wydziale Anglistyki Uniwersytetu imienia Adama Mickiewicza. Profesor zaproponował wygłoszenie referatu pod tytułem Teatr telewizji. Ujęcie teoretyczne Jerzego Limona i wyzwania. Na przykładzie Romea i Julii w reżyserii Katarzyny Klimkiewicz. Dziękuję bardzo. Zapraszamy, panie profesorze.
Dziękuję bardzo. Chciałem podziękować również za zaproszenie mnie do tego panelu.
Thank for inviting me to be on this panel. As you might have heard, this panel is very close to my heart because in one of the publications I used a theoretical model that was mentioned that I would also like to say a few words about. To say that Professor Limon inspired me is to say nothing.
In English. It's about television theatre. This is a very awkward translation of the Polish original Teatr Telewizji. Sometimes in English it's also rendered as a teleplay. Now, I'm talking, can we have the next slide, please? To make it, one, please press it more so that the text is visible. Thank you very much. Okay, so basically I will be talking about these two major studies, major contributions by Professor Jerzy Limon. Trzy teatry, three theatres i obroty przestrzeni, revolutions of space. As it is in these publications that he developed his model, his theory of television theatre. Now, I will very briefly look at some major and specific distinguishing, indeed, features of this theory, as identified by Jerzy Limon and also as somehow developed by myself. And then I will very, very briefly discuss those features with reference to a very recent production, a Shakespeare production a few months ago on Polish television, an adaptation of Romeo and Juliet directed by Katarzyna Klimkiewicz. However, I would like to start with, can we have the next slide, please? Yeah, and once more, right. With a more general remark, Jerzy Limon in his studies very often resorts to this phrase, or using the phrase jak gdyby, jakby, when talking about certain elements of theory in general and television theatre in particular. Which obviously reminds many of us Shakespeare scholars of the now classic study by Alan Desson from mid-1980s, in which he discusses a very prominent feature of Elizabethan drama, Elizabethan convention, to be more precise, namely the as-if action, or the logic of the as-if action, which you can see on the slide. Now, that was probably the reason, that this Elizabethan theatre convention, why Professor Jerzy Limon also, I guess, used that expression in his theoretical writings on theatre and television theatre in particular. And this is something that I would like to begin with. Of course, it's not very scholarly, not very scientific, one could say. Well, it is, because in fact, what Jerzy Limon does in his many theories is that he is very, very scientific rather than scholarly. I mean, he is both, as a matter of fact. And I'm not the first person to observe that. I remember reading about it and being actually reminded of it by Professor Jerzy Limon in his essay that was included in a volume called This Treasure of Theatre. That was the Festschrift dedicated to Professor Jerzy Limon and offered to him on his 70th birthday. So, this model is scientific. It even has an equation. Those of you who have read Obroty Przestrzeni might recall that. But it's also scholarly. So it's both general, universal, as Tomek Wiśniewski observed, and personal. And this is something that I want us to remember, to bear in mind. Okay, now having said that, this is the introduction. Can we have the next slide, please? And once again, the first feature, time. And time as the illusion of the present is what Jerzy Limon reminds us of. And I will very quickly read this, apologies, awkward translation of mine of the Polish original. What we watch gives us the impression as if it happened in, apologies for the typo, the viewers present, and we're connected with them through the TV screen. In this sense, a TV theatre production pretends to be a stage performance. It is for this reason that I call it conventional present. A TV theatre production is at best an illusion of theatre, not genuine theatre. One can say that it is a filmically edited narrative about a drama which is capable of simulating a theatrical event, and so direct communication, end of quote. Now, of course, Jerzy Limon is perfectly aware that if we want to treat television theatre as theatre rather than film, we have to remember that it is not exactly a storytelling medium, so to say. And if we can have the next quotation, thank you very much. So he reminds us of the fact that unlike film, theatre is not narrative. It rests on mimesis. It is not a story, but it occurs in the here and now of the viewer. For this reason, television theatre is torn between its constitutive features and the way it is expected to be perceived and received, between a film narrative and mimesis, end of quote. Now, the other feature of television theatre is its specific conventionality and indeed artificiality. If we could have the next slide, please. Thank you very much. And it's visible, among others, in the following. I quote, "The fictional world in a television theatre production rests on synecdoche, is conventional and substantially inappropriate to reality. Even when shot in the space of location, its style is different than that of film. The dialogue, which displays features of a work of literature, dominates the space, which is closed. The pace is slow, takes along, and the production is rather static. The camera focuses on the characters' faces," end of quote, which actually reminds us of this specific camera work that Jerzy Limon also identified for television theatre, which I will say a few more words in a moment. Right now, I would like also to emphasize that television theatre should not cross, this is Jerzy Limon again, the fifth wall, which Tomek Wiśniewski has already mentioned, which the film does, and should not refrain from highlighting and ostending its signal material, end of quote. Now, this should verb is very important here, because the television theatre, being a hybrid genre, wavers, as it were, between film, obviously, and between screen and stage, between film and theatre as such. So some of the productions are more filmic than others. Actually, Jerzy Limon also writes about two trends, so to say, in the Polish television theatre. One of them is filmic, the other is theatrical. Hence, this should in his writing. Can we have the next quotation? Right. It's acting. Acting is also specific and characteristic for television theatre. It's characters express their emotions mainly through acting with their faces, but also obviously with their words. Again, the dialogue is very, very significant here. So I quote, characters' emotions on television are meticulously analyzed by the camera, which focuses on the faces of the characters engaged in a dialogue. Filming acting requires that characters' conduct considered natural in a given time and culture be recreated on screen, whereas theater acting, including television theater, consists in, at least partially, the process of building a role. Right, can we have the next slide, which is, apologies for the quality of the picture. So you have to believe me when I tell you that this is a still from Kenneth Branagh's Hamlet, 1996. It's an extreme close-up on the ghost's mouth, which I use as an example of, an extreme example, of course, of a television theater way of shooting shot. Here we have close-up on the face, and of course the ghost is saying something, so we have also dialogue. But of course, this kind of close-up is rarely used, actually, in the case of television theater productions. It's usually the whole face that is shown rather than parts of it. Which brings us to camera work, which I've briefly described already, but if we could have the next quotation, please, I will go back to. So the camera is deployed to create an aesthetic effect which is different from both the experience of staging and screening. From the theater, it borrows the conventional and artificial conception of the space framed by the camera lens, borrowed from film, in a peculiar way. Shooting is static. Extreme close-ups are prevalent. Well, close-ups actually are prevalent. Dynamic montage is avoided. Long takes are preferred. Dead time is kept, which may render the image unreal or highly conventional, like theater. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, space. Okay, so actually that's an illustration of this, the manner in which the camera is employed in the case of television theater productions, and this still comes from the production that I would like to briefly mention at the end of my presentation, that is Romeo and Juliet. It's a scene from the Capulet's ball, Romeo and Juliet talking to each other for the first time, actually. Now, so if we could move on. Thank you very much. And yep, all of them. Space is also special in the case of television theater because it's, as Limon calls it, a space of the dialogue oriented towards the character and his or her psychological nature. The space is thus amorphous. It is not the space of action, which reminds us of how Michel Willems also talks about television, about video, and Shakespeare on television when she, quoting Trevor Nunn, a famous English-British theatre but also film director, when she says that on television one shoots the text rather than shoots the action. Right? So it's text, dialogue, literary text, if you like, that is the focus. In the way in which the space is created on television, in the case of television theater productions. So I would like to perhaps develop this idea by suggesting that what also happens, as it were, with the use of stage in the case of television theater is that kind of a peculiar logic is employed, namely the logic of the studio. And the studio, obviously, TV studio, is something that is amorphous, par excellence, as it were. So, and my final point about, okay, so before I get there, this is an example of how this amorphous space is shaped, in the case of the Romeo and Juliet production I've mentioned. Here we can see here the wedding ceremony between the two characters, and what you see in the background is totally artificial. It's an image that is electronically pasted of some lake. Actually, it is a recreation of Friar Lawrence's cell, or church, if you like, which may be quite strange or bizarre. If we could move on, please. Okay. Now, so finally, what is the art of television theatre or ekphrasis? Well, it is an ekphrasis, actually, as Jerzy Limon reminds us. It is work of art which tells about another work, or in other words, a text about another text. It is a hybrid genre, so I think we need the next quotation, which I've already mentioned. Apologies, it's fairly lengthy, but I think it's worth quoting, because television theatre is more than just a servant of two masters, as Dobrochnareta Czechova once described drama, echoing the title of Carlo Goldoni's famous comedy. It is a servant of many masters, at least three: theatre, film, television, maybe more. So television theatre is in essence a hybrid phenomenon. On the one hand, it is a filmic recording. On the other, it manifests features and conventions typical of stage theatre. It suggests to the recipient how it should be interpreted. As a result, it allows for a greater degree of artificiality when it comes to the material aspect of the production and actor's performance, since it does not need to abide by the demands of realism. This is the source of television theatre's creative potential, which reveals its televisuality, or the traits are untranslatable into other semiotic systems, ones which, for example, in the case of the cinema, would not be acceptable, end of quote. So, I think the next slide, please. The art of television theatre is thus essentially non-illusionist and showing a world constructed conventionally. It should suggest, that what the viewer sees is not a recording of something that really did happen, but something that is cinematically modeled, a cinematically modeled artistic production resembling a stage performance which cannot be implemented in such a form in the theatre. Now, so having said that, I was wondering if this model was still valid in the case of television theatre productions Anno Domini 2022. And as it turns out, on the example of Romeo and Juliet, which some stills of which you've already been able to see, it's still valid, it's still relevant. This is how television theatre still works, still operates. This production can be even branded a very traditional teleplay. If we can have the next slide, please, because there's one more still here. In terms of shooting, certainly, which I hope you did see. Acting, use of space. Here it's a non-specific location. It's not a television studio. It's a site-specific, location. It's not a television studio, but Centrum Spotkania Kultur w Lublinie, this in Lublin. So a building occupied by a cultural institution, use of space which gives prominent space to the playtext of Shakespeare's tragedy and emphasizes the dialogue. What perhaps is different from a very traditional model of television theatre is its attempt to modernize the tragedy, but actually it does not run counter in any way to what Jerzy Limon tells us about television theatre in his numerous studies. Now I would like to finish with this particular still, which as you can see is shows the closing credits of the production, and actually it shows, as you can see, the lovers lying on Juliet's tomb, and a crime scene investigator, as it happens, who surveys the scene, so to say. But we can see that it looks in a very traditional manner. It's as if it was framed by the theatrical proscenium arch. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor. We have one more person. I completely switch into English. Okay. Mamy jeszcze jedną osobę w naszym panelu.
Apologies. We have another person in the panel, Professor Kubikowski, who will be with us online.
Do następnej prezentacji zapraszam profesora Tomasza Kubikowskiego. Profesor Tomasz Kubikowski pracuje w Akademii Teatralnej imienia Aleksandra Zadorowicza
National Academy of Dramatic Art in Warsaw and literary manager at the National Theatre in Warsaw. He is a scholar in theatre and performance studies, also a translator, editor, theatre critic, author of books 7 bytów teatralnych o fenomenologii sztuki scenicznej, 7 theatrical beings on the phenomenology of scenic performances, reguła Nibelunga, the rule of the Nibelung theatre, the new studies on consciousness, Wilhelm Meister's theatrical experience, surviving on stage Warsaw, eating dogs. He translated several works of Richard Schlechter, including The Future of Ritual Writings on Culture and Performance, and Performance Studies, an introduction. Also co-editor with Magdalena Ryszewska of 7-volume History of the National Theatre in Warsaw, co-editor with Edyta Kubikowska of Zbigniew Raszewski's Rapturaż, so diary, member of editorial boards of magazines and journals, performer, Stanislavski Studies and New Theatre Quarterly. Professor will talk about the varieties of time or dimensioning the theatre. Welcome.
Zapraszamy serdecznie.
Good morning. The floor is yours. Once again, I would like to welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Special greetings to Professor Pavi. It's so good to see you, even though online after a few years. I would like to apologize for not being able to come to Gdansk in person. I've been stopped here by my former obligations, but I also see that it gives us an assumption to bringing an even more variety into the event. I will be the only one who will appear virtually in this panel. Secondly, I will not use any visuals myself. And thirdly, I'm going to speak Polish, which makes me feel better, because even if I do not manage to offer you more, at least the sheer form of my appearance will contribute to the variety of poetic layers that were of interest to the protagonist of our meeting today. Additionally, I see that I need to struggle with the echo of my own words that as I can hear there is some delay that I can also get back from the theatre, and so I hear myself twice. Anyhow, I would like to share a few reflections on how Jerzy struggled with something that to my and his mind constitutes about the most intriguing, mysterious thing to anybody who deals with the theatre, namely with what actually happens in the theatre. What is this strange situation all about? There is someone in front of me pretending to be somebody else, and we all know that it is not true. Still, we are all affected by some strange things. This is something that never ceases to fascinate me about the theatre, and I have this conviction that I expressed so many times that the reflection on this is inevitable. But also it is futile. So it means that whenever you take up such a reflection, you are doomed to fail. Because, as I said, what happens in the theater is not something that can be expressed. It is something that you will not fit into the framework of any kind of orderly discussion. So we all circulate around it, but there is discrepancy between the categories that we use, between the language that we use, between the dimensions that we refer to, and what actually is there in the core of the theater. And this discrepancy is something that is a problem that we cannot possibly solve. Anyway, I believe that Jerzy cared very much to encompass all the aspects of the theatrical situation, and that is why you find so much emotion in his works. What I mean is mostly the writings of Jerzy, in which he takes up this very phenomenon. So, about the mentioning of the theater and about time. In 2011, he made it very, very clear in his writings. In other words, he wouldn't like to not to get hold of any aspect of the situation. He wants to encompass it all, and there is so much emotion in it. And there is reluctance on Jerzy's part towards these theatrical forms that diminish this great variety, that resign from this element of the actor building somebody else or enacting somebody else, reducing it, for example, to the physical aspect only. Jerzy, is reluctant to some methods of post-dramatical theater, post-critical performative theater, if you wish. This last word, performative, is something that Jerzy uses in a very narrow sense. The sense related to these languages or aspects I've mentioned, and he is clearly reluctant toward the notion of performative. And I can say that I understand it because there is a lot of havoc and misconceptions around the concept of performative. For example, performative acting. Well, these notions are still around, having blurred boundaries as they have. Still, the meaning of performative related to particular sets of poetics is something that made Jerzy reluctant towards the entire category of the performative. And this is something I slightly regret. So I think that simply Jerzy did not reach for all the potential of the performative of this notion, but that's just a side remark. So in relation to what you can say, when Jerzy searches for the way of expressing of what is going on at the moment when the actor is creating a fiction that is detached from the physical reality around him, and then standing in front of the audience, he becomes a character. He is and he is not the character at the same time. For all this that is happening, what matters important for Jerzy to express what is going on is the notion of time. And when you start reading Jerzy's writing, time becomes a huge metonymy. The notion of time swells up so much that it stands for the entire world, for the entire reality, for everything that is non-expressible. If we reach for his book on the sounds of time that I mentioned, and if I tried to find some attempts at defining, one of them goes as follows. For the starting definition of the theater, we take the situation in which one person signals to the other that the real time that we are in leads us usually back to the past time, turning this into our reality for the time being, communicating that there is some other time. Well, this definition is, of course, not adequate. It is clear that the presence is not only about enacting something that happened in the past or will happen in the future. What we are really enacting, staging, is a certain variation, interpretation of some past future events. But Jerzy endows the notion of time with additional meaning, which becomes understandable when we accept that we are talking about a certain reality in which time is just one of the dimensions. Secondly, what follows is that it is very characteristic for Jerzy that he searches for the ways to describe the notion, and by doing this, he sticks to this level of dimensioning, looking for some categories. The categories that could grasp at least part of this stage reality. The starting dimension, or the basic dimension adopted by Jerzy, is that of communication rather than ontology. And from this point of view, from this communication-related, oriented point of view, Jerzy goes to the other side of the spectrum, so the communication meeting the reality in which the communicated gets to the audience. In this discourse, these dialectic categories again are enriched with meanings given by Jerzy, but in a different time than in the case of time. So the time is not something ultimate, but the notion of deixis is explained by multiplying its variance and by introducing nuances that differentiate them. And then, if I were to mention yet another category of notions that Jerzy uses, I wouldn't like to drag on for too long, as I understand that there are time limits. Another category that Jerzy reaches for, but doesn't really focus very much on, is this current of neurophilosophical or neurocognitive explorations of how different processes of enabling new realities to happen occur on stage. He tries to refer them back to particular hypotheses from the field of, say, mirror neurons and the like. And as I said, this is not something that has been elaborated on in a very detailed manner. It is just a general address, so to say. Something that is, by the way, very close to me too. But anyhow, this is what it is. If I were to repeat after a few other speakers, it is a pity that you cannot just sit with Jerzy and explore it together a bit further. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy, panie profesorze.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Mam nadzieję, że zostanie pan z nami
I hope that you'll stay with us for the second part of our meeting.
Po wspaniałych przemówieniach teraz nadszedł moment na
the time has come now
dialog, polemikę. Także
for a
teraz jest
dialogue,
moment, żeby zadawać
polemics. The
pytania
time
do
has come
naszych
to
panelistów.
ask our panel speakers
Drogich
your
panelistów
questions.
również zapraszam
And I
do
also
zadawania
encourage our
pytań,
dear
do
panelists
rozmowy,
to ask
do
questions, to talk,
wspólnego czasu teraz, żeby
to
rozmawiać
spend
razem.
time together talking,
Serdecznie zapraszam do
inspired
udziału.
by
Jeżeli
Jerzy
mają
Limon,
Państwo
so feel
pytania,
free to
proszę podnieść
participate. Should you have any
rękę.
questions, ladies and
Organizatorzy
gentlemen,
na
please
pewno przyjdą do
raise your
Państwa.
hand and the organizers will certainly approach you with a microphone.
Maria Mendel, University of Gdansk. Thank you very much for this very interesting panel. All the presentations were wonderful. I'm a theater study specialist. What I'm going to ask you about might create some confusion on your part, but just out of curiosity, I had to stand up and ask a question, and perhaps also a bit of commentary as well. I was very much interested in what you have said about the work of Professor Jerzy Limon, your interpretation of it, the fact that the semiotic world of the stage speaks from the theater theory of Jerzy Limon. That's an obvious fact. However, I wonder if we are to accept that many theater definitions look for their sources in Aristotle, who said that playing roles is simply a mimetic impulse which we act out in order to create some comprehensible structures. So I'm just wondering whether what Jerzy Limon presents as his theory of theater is perhaps an attempt to go into this formula, to enter this formula of mimesis, to go deeper into it, in the form of theater play and the semiotics of stage. Perhaps Professor Tomasz Wiśniewski could elaborate on that a little bit. In addition, it was very interesting what you have said about the question of time, especially Professor Kubikowski, the last speaker. I'm thinking here aloud whether, quote, referring to Derrida a bit, who analyzed Hamlet, whether we do not see any anachronic thinking in the fact that we are staging plays, that we do theater in order to shift in time, so to speak, so in order to understand the nature of time in a way. Sorry for my lack of eloquence and a certain level of ignorance, but I do hope you could clarify some of these issues. Thank you. Because, well, I've been called out by name, I'll allow myself to start. I do hope my voice is not going to be the only one in the discussion. Well, I've just read the chemistry of theater recently once again, and I think Professor was quite careful here in avoiding the issue of ethics. His point of departure was purely semiotic. In other words, a perspective which sees theater as a machine for producing meanings. Of course, the professor would not probably use this explanation. He would be much more subtle. Nevertheless, I do assume that this is in fact the aspect that was chosen by the professor in his theoretical works. I'm not sure to what degree it has answered your question. However, I do think that this is this first strategic move as a researcher that he has made.
Czy pan profesor chciałby coś powiedzieć?
Professor, would you like to add anything?
Mnie się wydaje, drodzy państwo,
Fortunately, we cannot. Okay.
Że to, o czym wspomniał pan profesor
Well,
na początku,
Just as Professor Kubikowski mentioned in the beginning of his presentation, the idea of pretending is of key importance here. This connects with what you've said about Aristotle and Messis and so on. In other words, something that appears quite directly. Professor uses these words, that something pretends to be something else, putting it not very elegantly. No, so it's definitely a vital element. Professor Kubikowski mentioned the actual lack of enthusiasm of Professor Limon for plays where there is no pretending, or this pretending aspect is somewhat avoided. And this can also be seen in his theoretical works. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. Perhaps somebody else would like to, maybe Professor, you would like to add, maybe Professor Pavi would like to respond to the issue of time?
It's difficult to separate completely time and space because we live in time and space. Maybe sometimes we forget where we are more. But to go back to Aristotle and this idea of mimetic, it might be that the theater at its beginning was seen as imitating somebody, like children learning by playing, imitating other persons and so on. But we have to see things historically and see how they have developed during the history of theater, and we have to see that maybe the imitation is not the only criteria, that there are other aspects, and that's probably where time would gradually gain power over space and imitation and visuality. So I think we have to be very careful to look how each period is really using these categories, but we cannot completely erase the idea of representation, even if it's not a mimetic representation. We have to have this idea of somebody is here in front of me, and somehow I have to understand what it's standing for or represents or doing here. So this is something very crucial, obviously. But then there are other, like you mentioned, the idea of physical theater, where the important is not really imitating a character or a person. It's really more about using your body and in a different way. So I think we have to be historical and maybe more historical in our history of mimesis and theater.
Thank you so much for your answer, Professor. Right. Czy mamy jeszcze jakieś pytania?
Are there any other questions? If I might add something,
Oczywiście.
of course,
Zapraszamy.
by all means. I'd like to point attention to the fact, and here emphasizing this historical dimension has been mentioned, that Professor Limon's theoretical works were conducted during a period which was very interesting from Aristotelian point of view, so to speak. If we take two very important books of his, which were published pretty much one after the other in the 1980s, in the second half of the 1980s, and here I mean Death in Scenic Stage, and Post-Traumatic Theater, one might see that both of these books, in a way, undermine the two very important concepts of Aristotle when it comes to theater, that is the scenic figure and the dramatic action. These two books describe and emphasize the crisis of these very crucial categories for theater traditionally, and the condition in which categories are constantly being constructed, deconstructed, and negotiated, renegotiated. So, just as Professor Wisniewski has said, and which I also noticed in Professor Limon's works, this issue of certain, on one hand, declared lack of enthusiasm for certain aspects of postmodernism, on the other, referring to Forman or Bertoccioli. These are very difficult times, obviously, for formulating theories about theater, the presence of physical theater, and this creates a certain aura of his work, certain context, and these are the conditions that his works were occurring in. Thank you very much for that input. We're very happy that you're with us. Thank you for the question. Perhaps we might have another one from the public.
University of Szeged, and I would have two questions, one to the whole panel, and the second one specifically to Professor Fabishak. The first one is about the general theories of Jerzy Limon, literary theories and cultural theories, and it seems to me that he had two kind of pillars to build his theories on. One was closer to formalism, which stated that there is some sort of a crystallized, stable element in literary works. We heard about semiotics and the poetical function or the artistic function in them. We also heard about the opposite of that, which is more relativistic and, if you want to say, postmodern or post-structuralist, very much depending on reader response. So my question is, do you consider him a syncretist, and what would be the value or the problem with that? Because criticisms were various about his work. I very much like his approach, I must tell you, and I myself always kind of represented this kind of oscillation between formalism and post-structuralism, but I wonder what you think about that. Specifically about television theater, I would like to make a question or suggestion that I think that when television drama of Shakespeare started, or television versions, especially the BBC version, there was a movement which the separation of theatricality and literary studies tried to unite. But television drama, to me, still belongs to that epoch, which an Indian scholar in the 1980s, Vishnavatan, characterized that the Shakespeare play as a poem. So somehow the literariness, the poetical strength of the plays was the main question. And television drama tried to show this because it definitely didn't want to make film. So I wonder what you think about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the lovely question. Who was the first person to answer your selection, sir?
There was a question addressed to everybody.
General question to the panel. I see. Thank you so much. Professor Pavi, what do you think?
About this television theater, I wonder if we are not now even beyond what we have just seen, because there is something called performance scénique in French, performance scénique. That is, on the stage, you have people shooting, I mean, looking at the actors from all angles, and immediately transmitting the image, usually from close-ups, so you can really see exactly the nuances of the faces, and also you begin to ignore completely the theatrical aspect of the rest, because you are immediately drawn into the close-up, into the image, and somehow it works very powerfully. So I always wondered, am I watching a film here, or am I still in the theater? Am I allowed to look at the small actors, which are not almost invisible, or can I just have fun and look at the faces? So it's another way of separating the filmic and the scenic and real look at the person. But nowadays, sometimes we don't know if we are experiencing the real person in front of us, or are you just experiencing an image which is even better than the real person. And somehow I think that this type of doing shooting a theater production live and showing it directly to the audience has become very in tune with our time and in tune with what we are looking for.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Right. Yeah, thank you for bringing to our attention this theatrical form I wasn't aware of. You've just described. So I guess we can also call it like some sort of taped or filmed stage performance. I guess. Right. Now, television theatre is quite specific. I mean, occasionally, yes, it does show film performances as well. But mainly it focuses on its own original productions, which again used to be shot in the space of the studio, but occasionally other spaces, excuse me, are also deployed, like in the case of Romeo and Juliet. Now, but I would like to address the question that you asked. So can we treat it as a kind of a poem? I absolutely, yes. Like I said before, which is again clearly visible in Jerzy Limon's writings, it's the type of theater which foregrounds, which highlights indeed dialogue. And obviously in the case of Shakespeare, this dialogue is special. Some of it is in verse. And when we think about soliloquies, which, let's face it, do not work well on the big screen, right? Then we realize that, well, they make sense in the case of television, specifically television theatre, because it's part of the convention that is closer to this theatrical rather than filmic aspect of television theatre productions. So yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for reminding me of that.
Thank you very much. Professor Wiśniewski.
We are speaking now about television and the theater a lot, and when I was listening to the paper, to your introduction concerning television theater, I just thought how much of it is even more relevant today when we've got so much of digital theater streaming. How would you see the possibilities of employing again, of rephrasing, of feathering the concepts that are there within the framework of the medium, of the possibilities which are sort of pushing what we are, what in the past we perceived mainly as televisi, into the direction, very vast direction of, streaming, digital theater and things like that.
Well, I think, what you call digital theater, or this concept is very, very apt, appropriate, and, well, it defines extremely well this notion, this idea of what, this process as well as phenomenon, right, that you refer to. But and Jerzy Limon's model can also be applied to that in order to render interesting interpretations of particular productions. Nonetheless, it's not exactly, the kind of television theater that we have had in Poland for 70 years now, more or less. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but since the 1950s, which has not so much changed as it turns out, which has not exactly evolved also in the technological sense. But of course, when you think about digital theater, it's this image is naturally shaped by the camera. And in such cases, we have an artist responsible for camera work that we call a television director, for example, right? That's one of the names that we can apply, right, to this function, right? But it's an artistic function, because obviously this transformation of what happens on stage into a digital image or digital images, right, is of artistic nature that, again, Limon clearly highlights, also clearly says in his studies.
Bardzo dziękuję. Czy profesor Kulikowski ma jakieś przemyślenia?
Would Professor Kulikowski perhaps like to voice an opinion on these issues?
Dobrze, zostaje otwarta.
Okay,
tak,
well,
tutaj mamy kolejkę na kolejne pytanie.
We do
Zapraszam
have
serdecznie.
more questions from the audience.
Proszę, mikrofon.
From the Shakespeare Institute in Stratford. And in a way, my point or my question has already been raised by Professor Wisniewski, to go beyond the kind of intermedial production which Professor Pavy mentioned, where we're in the theatre in the same place as the performance, but we're looking at live projections of what's happening on different parts of the stage. And I'm wondering, historically, whether Jerzy himself ever discussed the possibility of live streaming any performances that took place in this theatre, and what that form of theatrical relay, where you've got an audience who are in the same time as the actors, but not in the same space, does to his account of how the live performance works. Now, for my money, digital streaming of live theatre is one of the least satisfactory of all ways of purveying a dramatic text. It has all the disadvantages of television, in that it has no sense of liveness, even for the audience in the theatre, who can see that the camera is already moving to pick up the actor's next apparently spontaneous gesture, so that the audience in the theatre feel that they're just eavesdropping in a TV studio. For the audience at home, they feel, or in the cinema, they feel that they are eavesdropping on a theatrical experience from which they're excluded, and they're not allowed to choose where they look, because as Jacek said, that's all being decided for them by the television director. And for an audience who wanted the pleasures of cinema, they're not getting pictures of nice views of Italian lakes or any of the other things cinema can offer. They're often getting close-ups of actors who are not doing close-up acting, but are trying to project to people way up at the back of the hall. And so I'm wondering whether Jerzy himself was interested in the commercial possibilities or the extension of the audience possibilities which this form does open up, and whether we should think of it in terms of the screen history of Shakespeare or in terms of the live performance history of Shakespeare, or whether it's just one instance where the two are sort of strangling each other for the benefit of students somewhere else.
Thank you very much for this question. We might start with Professor Wisniewski, as Professor knew Professor Limon very well, so perhaps you know the answer.
I think at the time of lockdown, the question certainly occurred, and it's difficult to me to answer this question because I'm not in the theater, but from the conversation, phone conversation, I remember that this topic, of course, occurred as a question whether it's necessary, possible, and certainly I remember negative aspects of it rather than positive ones. That's especially at the beginning. Later on, I think that the issue of professional way of approaching to many different streamings which were available at the time was also raised, that some of them were disastrous to the performances. And during the discussion with Paweł Łysiak and our students and Professor Limon that we had online, I remember that this issue was really, really discussed by Professor Limon, who insisted that the way in which it can be done originally, professionally, in the sense that it's good, rather than that it's done. That's probably in line with your observation too.
Thank you very much. Professor Fabiszak,
right.
Perhaps
I would like to say something about the nature of the audience or spectator or viewer. Difficult to say which term we should use here. In the case of television theatre productions, not necessarily in the case of filmed theatre, which I agree with you is not very satisfactory to watch. But here the position of the spectator or viewer is very special, and it certainly it is way different from the typical film viewer or the viewer of a television film, for example. In that, television has been described by some theoreticians as being a highly intimate medium. Having said that, Jerzy Limon also capitalizes on this idea in that he draws our attention to the fact that, and that it was also mentioned in one of the quotations I cited here, namely in this very impression of course, impression of a very direct contact between the character and the viewer / spectator in the case of television. So that's one, I think, of the also, I don't know, criteria we can deploy in order to tell whether or not this is a theatre television production. So when this intimacy is gone, in other words, you can bet that no, it's not television theatre, it's filmed, whatever. Or a film, simply, right? But when you have this impression, when you sense it as a viewer, spectator, right? When you yield to it, in other words, then yes, then this is television theatre production. Now, when it comes to streamed theatre, well, this is, again, my impression, so it's not very scientific, apologies. It doesn't work that way, right? I feel more like a film viewer rather than theatre spectator.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Professor Pavi, would you like to add anything here?
No, more or less, I would agree with what you just said. I'm only trying not to compare and evaluate what is better, just real theatre or television theatre or film theatre or cinema. I think they all have their pros and cons. They have all these things we can like or dislike. In the case of performance scenic, I don't know how to translate it. It's very difficult. It's a performance, but it's on stage. In that, when it's filmed directly live on stage, and you see mainly close-ups, the actors are not really trying to speak for the whole audience. They are really speaking for the camera, as if they were in a studio. I would imagine. But we know that, and that somehow we have given up. We have given up looking at their bodies because they're so small, very far away. But we still enjoy. We get other meanings, other impressions from the close encounter that we would be getting in the theater, where it's much more far away, and we have to think more. It's really so direct, and it's in that way enjoyable. Maybe it's a little eine Sackgasse, as the dead end. Maybe this you can't do anything more after that, but I think it's interesting to also consider that new form of performance scenic. Yeah.
And if I may ask a question here, directly to Professor Pavis, what is the reaction of the viewer spectator to that type of performance, particularly to those extreme close-ups that you mentioned? What I would like to find out is if they make the spectator or viewer uncomfortable, or are the viewers okay with it or with them?
They are not made uncomfortable, they are made much more voyeuristic because they're so close, and maybe they enjoy that and they don't mind that at all. Again, it seems to be a new form. Also, I just saw a Seagull about 2 weeks ago with this guy, French guy, I don't remember the name now, I'm sorry, but he's really specializing in doing this type of performance scenic. And I thought, you know, I knew the play very well, and when I saw some reactions between the characters, something which I didn't occur to me before, and it was interesting. It was kind of enrichment to my knowledge of it. But of course, if I wanted to have a kind of overall view and understanding the movement, I probably would be more skeptical and more critical. But that just depends on, you know, how you approach it, with what attitude you have towards what you're being offered.
Dziękuję serdecznie. Drodzy paneliści, czy jest jakieś pytanie? To może o publiczność zapraszam. Proszę.
Dziękuję bardzo. Jacek Kopciński już się...
Thank you very much. Jacek Kopciński. I did introduce myself earlier. I'd like to react to your wonderful discussion by posing a question or a bit of a commentary as well. At the same time, I'd like to refer directly to what we've heard from Warsaw, from Professor Kubikowski, with whom I wholeheartedly agree that Professor Limon, his attempts to describe the theatrical fact, in a way it's chasing it's a wild hare chase. It's a never-ending story. Nevertheless, I'd like to point attention to a certain paradox when it comes to the work and research of Professor Limon. In other words, when we read his stories, for example, when we look also at the style he employed in theatrical studies, we become aware of what a modern writer and historian of theater he was, how many modern theories of narrative, of narration, basically found their way in both his work and into his historical narrative. At the same time, when we are reading his theory of theater, we are prone to view Professor Limon or suspect on his part a certain level of traditionalism, bearing in mind what was written about theater in the time, and Professor Kubikowski reminded us of some works of the time. These semiotic findings of Jerzy Limon sound as something of an opposition, as opposing these theories of the time. However, in my view, this is an illusion. In other words, we give in to a certain stereotype here. In my opinion, Jerzy Limon was, how should I put it, in a different place, both as a writer and both as a theoretician and historian of theater. He, on one hand, was very close. He was very attached to the category of times because it allowed him to engage in all those areas, to do what he did in a way that was modern, that was contemporary. But he was also very modern in his general thinking about theater. What's my point? I think that the context of narration, of historical narrative, of theatrical narrative, is very important to understand the theoretical concepts of Jerzy Limon. I think that in both cases we are thinking about performing in the future. In other words, this way of attitude or perspective when it comes to viewing the future, which is connected with very individual approach to what is already behind us. So his approach, in my view, was close to what is done by an actor on stage. That past of the actor on stage is, of course, past in dramatic form, although it can be obviously defined in a number of ways. However, I think that what Limon was after was the moment when both actor and historian interpret the past, both his or her own way, using different means. I think Limon was very much disappointed by such theoretical act, which was not based on intelligent interpretation, certain discovery of the past understood as a drama, as an action, as a plot that took place in the past, that was written down, but was more about presenting oneself, a way of improvising, of improvising on the part of the actor in the here and now. So if we look at literature from this perspective, especially at historical aspects, such attitude on his part is very modern. In other words, it interprets the past using new conventions. His work, The Well, Wieloryb, is an example of this approach. In a way, it uncovers the tools of a theatrical historian. It exposes them. So I'd like to ask you whether this theory of approaching the past in these various categories, whether it does not open in a certain way the doors, the gates to the mystery of the activity of Professor Limon. Thank you.
Dziękujemy serdecznie za pytanie.
Thank you very much for your question. And my question is whether Professor Kubikowski is with us. Yes, I'm here.
Zapraszam do komentarza.
Will you please share your comment? Yes, I'd love to crack a comment on that. I've been thinking all the time on the applicability of those notions of tradition versus modernity and so on. I subscribe to it all. I don't know. It's not something binding, but if I was to try to describe with a word or two the intellectual legacy or sensitivity, formative, maybe formation would be a word here, I would define Jerzy as a postmodernist, a classical postmodernist. What relates to it is, well, thinking of The Whale, it is a model postmodernist piece of prose where you will find the past clashed with the present, and there is this linkage to Richard Fomin and theatre creators of that current. When Limon refers to Former, you see that Forman is simply very important for him. But within it, you've got an interest with theatrical fiction, as opposed to countercultural formation that rejected theatrical fiction. And within it, also all the other effects are harnessed. So if I were to put Jerzy into a drawer of a single category, I think I would label it with the entire consciousness of how problematic it is actually to label one in this way. I don't know which drawer I would put him into.
I can't speak, obviously, for the whole career of Professor Limon. I don't know it very well, but from that article I was analyzing, I had the feeling that he is quite clear about the categories, you know, historical knowledge of Shakespeare, Shakespeare scholar, and then theory of theatre, analysis of a play, and then critical interpretation at the end. You have these three moments in the article. At the end, he's talking about Tully's choices and for the mise en scène, but somehow mise en scène, that staging, seems to be the ultimate. But he's also a little suspicious about what mise en scène, what directing, what staging can do and should do. I don't think he's quite post-dramatic. Maybe he's pre-post-dramatic or something like that. He's a little suspicious because he prefers to look at the actor. But nowadays, the actor is also a director of himself or herself. It's also the staging, which is very, very important. And so when he talks about you know, what the staging should do, it should, I think, I don't remember if I quoted that, but he says it should be a transmutation rather than adaptation. Transmutation, it's difficult to know, you know, how you can transmute a text into an acting or a staging. It's so different matter. And then he's worried about the word adaptation, but maybe putting something on the stage is a kind of adaptation, because you take an object and you transform it into something else, into mise en scène, into a staging. But the staging is very difficult to analyze, because for me it's really the result of the whole thing, the acting, the text, the dramaturgy, and sometimes the director, I'm not really aware of what they're doing, frankly. They are just manipulating things, trying things by try and error. It works or it doesn't work, but that's not the point. The point is how will that disposition, how will that be received by the spectator? What will they do with that? And somehow we have to go more into the perception of the spectator, the reception of the spectator. That's why I think here cognitivism is going to be helpful if we can use it in an understandable way.
Thank you very much. Professor Wiśniewski, what are your thoughts?
If I may contribute to this discussion, I believe that what Professor has mentioned about traditional postmodernism is something that appears to be close to my heart when referring to the multifarious creation by Professor Limon, but I also think that I also like to think of the professor as a humanistic soul that in many various aspects of his activity displays various traces, not always in a systemic way. This is the way I would put it, and I'm saying this having reread the book. That will constitute a challenge for me, because it appears that those narrative elements are very clear. For example, many times the professor talks about the so-called post-dramatic theatre. It doesn't seem to me that he, at least once, uses the phrase post-dramatic theatre. I don't think he does that in the book. I also remember how very close the definition of a theatre was to Professor Limon, and this division line between where the theatre ends. And this is something very, very particular. Whether it is traditional or modern, well, I have doubts here whether we can really ascribe it to one of those categories. It is simply well, an academic approach that was also important for the professor as expressing a certain vision within the theory of theatre, within a certain scientific approach, expressing one's convictions. And when we refer to the whale, again, whether it is a novel or not, we are facing here another challenge of how to categorize this work. It's a challenge for this traditional approach to categorizing of anybody's works, and Professor Limon's works in particular. Thank you very much, Professor. I would like to draw on what we've heard Professor Kopczyński. It was also about the writing style of Professor Limon that permeates in his numerous and varied publications and texts. Speaking of his latest book, Seven Major Sins, a few weeks in the city of Poznan, I probably overused my interpretation of what the book constituted. I'm looking here at Professor Limon's wife, who was forced to listen to me back then. Anyhow, the professor was not just a scholar, but also a creator, a writer, and you can see it in any writing that he produced. Professor Kopczyński has also mentioned on it. We are not talking about scholarly contributions only. These are not only texts on the theory of the theatre. They are not written in this very dry way that would not really persuade you into immersing in them. And that results from the fact that the professor was a writer. Never in the world would I be able to write a scholarly text that would have such an appeal, such a literary appeal that would drag the readers into it so much. Thank you very much. Thank you for your questions. We still have 5 minutes to go. I would like to invite final remarks from the panel speakers. Professor Wiśniewski, would you like to add anything as a closing remark, perhaps? Or maybe a conversation within the panel entitled Theories also displays the richness and the variety of what Professor Limon covered also as a theoretician. Thank you very much, Professor Pawlin.
I would say almost the same. I see his work as becoming more and more focused on the director's work, on production, the way the staging is organizing as the final work of art, and the way we as spectators should approach that staging, that work of art. So I think it was very important for him to start with being very precise and exact in philosophical approach of what is a space, what is time, etc., and then to look for an interesting way of analyzing any text. And then somehow the actor and then the director became really the focus of his attention. That's the way I feel it, but I'm not sure this was, if it's was the case or not.
Thank you so much. Panie profesorze, zapraszamy.
Proszę Państwa, ja bym chciał podkreślić.
I would like to emphasize the fact that Professor Jerzy Limon in his theoretical works was in a position to embrace so many theatrical forms that were far from obvious. One of his first publications on the television theatre also has a model of radio theatre in it. In his last book, perhaps you will not find such a clear-cut model, but still, in the way that Professor reads early modern Netherlands painting, you can see a certain theoretical assumption, this theoretical approach. You can see that this painting has the stroke of theatricality, and he draws fascinating stories from the images, from the paintings, that are also subject to his analysis in the publications. So again, the multitude of theatrical forms that the professor was not only able to see, but also describe, that's just amazing. Thank you very much. If we still have a connection with Professor Kubikowski, this is my invitation to your final comments. Professor? Thank you very much, but I don't think that anything else comes to my mind at this point that I could still add on top of what has already been said. It's my impression that this discussion has been so rich and varied, and also leading us into the subject matter of further panels that are still to come within the conference, that it's really hard to add anything more. So I think I'll simply thank you. Thank you, Professor. I would like to thank our panel speakers for coming to Gdańsk, for discussing Professor Limon's theories. I would like to thank our audience for very interesting questions and comments. This is the end of the panel, but discussion polemics is something that will go on for the 2 days of our conference. So thank you very much. A round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting back here after the break at 1 at the panel entitled Archives, the History of the Theatre in the Works of Jerzy Limon. And now enjoy your break.
Hey, 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 two, ta. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ciemno, ciemno. 1, 2. Hu, 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 hu. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
No zawsze, wiesz, no też Marta powinna
Tu, 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 tu. O, i teraz jesteśmy dużo lepiej. Jeszcze lepiej. Hej, 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 hej. Tu. Tu jest wysoko. Środek jest tu. Wysoko. 24.
To teraz ich fiksujemy na jeden język? Ale powiedziałam Marcie, że z każdym ma przyjść razem.
Tu i też.
I wszystkim co fiksujemy ich, albo wybierają i nie ma opcji, że zmieniają? Najlepiej, nie? No wiem,
wiesz,
wybieramy teraz język.
ma problem jakby...
Wiem, wybieramy. No wiem, no
Jest mi niezmiernie miło powitać.
It is my pleasure to welcome you back after the break. We are entering into the second panel, Archives, Jerzy Limon's Research on Theatre History. The floor goes to the moderator of the speaker, Professor Jacek Fabiszak from Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. Thank you very much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to another session of the panel entitled Archives. In the panel, we will hear from 4 panel speakers. We're supposed to have 5, but Professor Dobrochna Ratajczak, unfortunately, owing to health-related reasons, cannot be with us. But with us are Dr. Patryk Kęcki, who shall open our conversation, Professor Olga Kubinska, Professor Stanisław Rosiek, and Professor Georgi Suni. As mentioned, we will start our conversation from the introduction from Dr. Patryk Kęcki, who holds a PhD in humanities and is assistant professor at the Institute of Art of the Polish Academy of Sciences and lecturer at Łódź Film School. He authored a few monographs, among others, Reverberations of Old Testament in Polish Renaissance Drama. The other one is Old Polish Molière. So as you can hear, he specializes in early modern drama. Today, Dr. Kęcki will tell us about reception archives. Dr. Patryk, I hope you can hear me well. Yes, I can. Welcome. The floor goes to you, Patryk. Thank you very much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Reception Archives is the title indeed, but it could have an extension, Jerzy Limon, as the historian of Old Polish theatre, because what I will share with you today concerns the issues related to the theatre of the First Republic of Poland and the vital contribution of Professor Limon to the theory of it. In the performance area of the First Republic of Poland, you could see the influences from Italy, Germany, France, among others. And here I would like to ask you to display a slide. Thank you. And you can see that a multicultural society was affected by the traditional influences from Italy, France, Germany, among others, and of course England. I'll start with German theatre. The German language tradition focused on educational facilities such as Protestant schools, Orthodox schools in Gdansk, so it developed in the very area of the Republic of Poland itself. Therefore, the formula of reception doesn't necessarily fit the context here. Of course, it was influenced by what stemmed from the Reich, but also on the stages of Poland, the drama was staged and performed by the inhabitants of Poland. This phenomenon concerning the school theatre in Gdańsk was elaborated on by Johannes Wolter in late 19th century. Now I would like to ask you for another slide. This work was reprinted later on, so it is fairly easily accessible. 11 years ago in Krakow, Mika Boczka published a book on Orthodox drama and theatre in Prussia. So we can say that this topic has been elaborated on, even if not extensively. Another slide, please. As for the reception of the Italian and French theatre, I believe they overlap to a large extent. Therefore, it makes sense to talk of them together. The period of the domination of the Italian theatre was the so-called Vladislav opera, so musical theatre, operating at the court of King Vladislav IV in Warsaw, in the king's the royal castle. Karolina Targosz provides sources here. When Władysław's brother took over, Jan Kazimierz, the court became more and more interested with the French theatre. Among the noblemen, one would start reaching for Molière, Rassignac, or Corneille. And this early reception of drama, of the French drama in Poland, is being elaborated currently. Last year, I published a book on Old Polish Molière, whilst Michał Bayer at the same time published a book on classicism, translation, prestige, on Racine's and Corneille's reception in Poland. As I said, those two traditions, the Italian and the French one, overlapped. And also they were endowed with some specific functions. The Italian theatre became more and more popular, more common. It provided entertainment, whereas the French drama was something that created a pattern for others to follow. Of course, transferring the pattern to Poland should be subject to some further studies, but still the ambition was to bring in Comédie Française into Poland as well. The reception of the English theatre in the First Republic of Poland is a completely separate phenomenon related mostly to the theatre operating in Gdansk, but more broadly speaking in Europe, the actors of the Elizabethan theatres from England operated, and the documents that enabled us to discover it were the documents written by the comedians themselves that had to be approved of by city authorities, bridged with comments. The documents themselves, the supplicas, constitute a very interesting source in themselves. Johannes Wolter discovered them, but then Jerzy Limon followed Wolter's steps, and he contributed with some new discoveries, enriching the knowledge very much. The influence of the company, British players in Central and Eastern Europe. 1960 was the contribution here. We are talking here about archives. The archives come from the Gdańsk archive. The corpus of both Wolter's and his own discoveries were published in the publication entitled Gdański Teatr Elżbietański, Gdańsk Elizabethan Theatre, published by Ossolineum in 1989. In its annex, you will find all the German language documents, but also their Polish translations in the main part of the publication. So the supplicas with the responses from the city authorities, as mentioned, reveal a lot about the conditions in which the English comedians stage here, but also gives us information on their personal details. You'd learn about their activity not only in their country of origin, England, but also other countries where they performed. You'll find a document issued in 1640 in Brandenburg in Germany, enabling the actors to play there. So the performers, the actors, operate between their homeland, Central Europe, and Gdansk. And these are Gentlemen of the Company is the book in which Jerzy Limon explores these connections. First part is the Baltic Route. In it, the presence of English actors in Gdansk is described in the period from 1600 to 1611, then from 1636 to 1654. This break between those two in intervals is connected with the Polish-Swedish wars, where it was simply impossible for the Elizabethan actors to stage here, as the political situation, the military situation was rather unstable. Jerzy Limon also writes about the very first visit of English comedians that took place in 1587 here in Gdańsk. Interesting contexts are also provided by documenting the activity of English comedians who appeared in Elbląg, in Kulawiec, so in the capital city of Prussia, belonging to the realm of the Polish king back then. You'll find sources on the operations, on the activity of the English actors here. Who were active here on the areas, even those areas that were later taken over by the Swedish theatre. So we learn a lot about this organic context of the geopolitical situation in which they operated. Then in 1989, in the theatrical diary, an article was published by Jerzy Limon on English comedians in Warsaw. In the article, Limon proved the existence, the presence here between 1611 and the beginning of the 40s of the 17th century. Theatrical groups from England, led by John Green, appeared here by Robert Reynolds, Richard Jones, and Robert Archer. Those connections with the capital of the Polish kingdom appeared to be interesting, as in this light we might think about the impact of the English tradition onto the Polish theatrical tradition. In the second part of Gentlemen of the Company, we read about the connections of the actors with decision-makers of that time, also those representing the Vasa and Habsburg dynasty. What is about the most intriguing part of the discovery of Jerzy Limon is the resemblance of the Gdańsk fencing school to the London Fortune Theatre. Here we can see the Gdańsk fencing school as presented by Willer's drawing. The hypothesis is that this fencing school resembles the theatre. This is something that Waldemar Krause proposed as a hypothesis, but it was only Jerzy Limon's work that made it impossible to confirm this hypothesis, and he did that analyzing the architecture of the facility, built on the plane of a square, like the Fortune House Theatre. And also the presence of Robert Brown's actors and Robert Jones And they were present and depicted in relation to both these architectural structures. In 1977, Jerzy Limon presented his discovery in a theatrical diary, where he shared the discovery, also referring to the Fortune Theatre in London again, and later on continued to confirm this thesis in further publications. We'll slowly be reaching the end of this presentation, but before we get there, I would like to add that what proves the class of the scholar researcher is not just the thesis proposed, but also the ability to avoid the traps that the scholar might potentially fall into. Everyone refers to the performances of the English groups in Graz. In Leipzig, there were anthologies published of the English drama performed in Germany. Jerzy Limon does not make a simple match here for the lack of documents of what the English comedians staged in Warsaw, so he did not reach for easy solutions, no cutting corners in Jerzy Limon's work. We may suppose that William Shakespeare's plays were staged in Warsaw, but unfortunately it takes further research to be able to prove that that was the case. It has not simply been proven yet. And the last image, please, or actually second but last. I'm heading straight to the summary. I may say that the historical research by Jerzy Limon enable us to state that the presence of Elizabethan actors in Poland was significant and is well documented, and it fitted into the context of their presence in our part of Europe. The functioning of the comedians at the Warsaw Royal Stage was not episodic in nature, but it gained ground as the time passed. And then the resemblance and proving the resemblance and relation between the school of fencing and the Fortune proves the very positive reception of Elizabethan theatre in Gdańsk. As opposed to Italian and French tradition that shaped the professional theatrical stage, we cannot say the same about the English impact here. But it was the harbinger of the presence of the public scene in Poland. The presence of English actors on the Vasa court appears to be important, as it helps us assess that in the court theatres of the Vasas, we had three dominating factors: the English-German impact, so English actors staging in German for Sigmund III, the Italian at the times of Władysław IV, and the French when it was Jan Kazimierz who was the king. Let me also add that drawing on the title of the conference I have the honor to participate in, out of three notions it recalls: inspiration, dialogue, polemic. For me, the legacy of Professor Jerzy Limon absolutely fits best into the notion of inspiration. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll hear from Professor Olga Kubinska, a translator, the head of the Translation Studies Department, researcher, representing the University of Gdansk. She's the author of many interesting publications, among them the monograph I've come here to die, published in 2013. She's the editor of the Rhetoric of Dying, English Dying Speeches of the Tudors and Stuart Times from 2016. She's co-edited the Polish edition of Margaret Cavendish, The Blazing World, and also she co-edits, together with Professor Wojciech Kubinski, the series entitled Translating Untranslatable, and with Professor Bleim, the series Biblioteka Utopiana. At present, her research embraces early modern English literature, Holocaust literature, and utopian studies. Today, she will be speaking about archives, and the title of her speech is From Historical Archives to Archives of Memory, Limon's Works versus Paul Ricoeur's Hermeneutic Phenomenology. Do you mind if I stand up? Not at all. I'm hungry for speaking to real present human beings standing. I know that the pandemic has been officially ended, but I will suffer having had to teach over Teams for years now. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and also for suggesting, and it was Professor Majchrowski, for me to talk about archives. It is Professor Limon that inspired me to spend so much time in my life in the archives. I decided to change the topic of my presentation slightly. Therefore, you see the slide because I decided that, well, most of us are well familiar with the basic monographs by Professor Limon, so I'm not going to summarize them here. I'd like to thank Dr. Kensky because he actually mentioned the first archival adventures of Professor Limon's, but when I read yet again Professor Limon's book, it was my impression that there is far more than what I discovered initially. Because first I thought, this is going to be an easy title from historical. I thought that it would be to the semiotic of culture, from the theater historian to the semiotic of culture, and I presented such an abstract in December. Then I thought it's something that can be easily proven. But then I discovered that something more is going on here, much more. And this is something that was the result of our conversation during the first panel. It is difficult, really, to divide into separate categories what Jerzy Limon wrote as the theatre historian, writer, or Shakespearean scholar. So what I'm going to do is to try to focus on the archives, and revolving around the archives, I will try to prove that archives were fundamental for Jerzy Limon's life and works, and they function evaluated in time. As I go, I will try to be more and more specific about what archives are. First of all, archive as a place. In my work, this paper, I'm basing on Ricoeur, Memory, History, Forgetting. Some of the forgetting is about the fact that I failed to tell you this, and I will talk about the history as well. So Ricoeur says that archives is the place where historiographic operation enters the written phase. So disposing is the necessary condition for the possibility of the functioning of the institutions whose goal is to collect, store, and classify documentation material. Archive is therefore a physical place that protects those traces that we differentiated from the traces of our brain, the emotional traces, and we are talking here about documentary archives. In Gdańsk, we are talking about archives per se. We've got archival national archives in Gdańsk, also the ones in Göttingen in Germany, but also library, is to be understood as a kind of archive. And I'm using archive and library here in a singular on purpose. And I will, of course, owing to time constraints, be very brief, but I need to ask you for your understanding, because I will be talking about analog time when Professor Limon first set on this path of developing his passion. We were all in Gutenberg's times. There was not digital elaboration of any kind of collections. You had to go to the archives in person, and I think that that was something that Professor Limon actually enjoyed very much. So what we are going to talk is this analog reality from before digitization. But also, I'll ask you to forgive me at another thing. It's not that I would like to now shine with that reflected light of Professor Limon's glory, but because a lot of what I gained from Professor Limon is him enabling me to spend a lot of my time in Forger's library. But I'll start with the old British library. When you go to London, you'll find the library at St. Pancras. It is the new one, but the old one at the British Museum, Russell Square, where we would read Karl Marx's works, and it was divided into two collections of a different degree of accessibility. The general library is what you could get into, but there was also a separate one for old prints and manuscripts, and you needed recommendation to get there. You would enter the small room, and you had to go to the other side of the mirror. On the pillows, you'll see illuminated manuscripts that many of us know only from copies or from single copies that are made public. For example, in Trinity College in Dublin, you can watch them under glass, well protected. And there, you had them lying at the table. You could reach for them. There were, of course, first pamphlets that you would also find the Shakespeare's first editions of work, many works from 16th and 17th century that you cannot reach anymore as they have been turned digital. So there is no chance of touching them in the British Library. I know because I used to touch them, and now I can only touch the screen. So Forger's Library in Washington that has 60% of all the printed works from the 15th and 16th century published in Europe, and the temperature that is there underground where the books are stored, and also in both rooms, reading rooms, is something that was around 10 degrees, and so you could always recognize a Forger fan because we would all wear sweaters not to catch a cold when we wanted really to survive and keep on exploring. Why is this library important? It contains 73 copies of the first folio publication. Why is this number so big? Because right after the Great War, the British aristocracy had a tax of 80% imposed on them, and they had to sell some of their collections in order to be able to pay taxes for their country to be rebuilt. So these collections were bought by millionaires from the US who prospected on, for example, trading in crude oil. Forger was one of the favorite archives of Jerzy Limon, not just because it had high-quality manual catalog, but also because there were notes made by him there. You could see those that were not only printed, but also you could touch, see, and appreciate scrapbooks, chapbooks, diaries, letters. But another reason why Limon had to appreciate this place was its dual nature, because it was both the archive of early writing and also the forger's tombstone. When I went there, which I owe to Professor Limon, I did not know that I was actually studying in a tombstone. It was only when he came to Forger's a month later, I kept working there on my PhD. I discovered first materials for my habilitation. I said, do you realize that you're spending all your days in a tombstone? And actually it was true that the Forger's married couple were lying right there behind the wall. And this entire venue was changed into a place of memory. Many, many years ago, Jerzy Limon proved, as many times more later on, he proved his capacity to how you can actually combine the storyline with the event. Rieke writes that on the narrative layer, the event is what pushes the action forward. And then you've got the events that paradoxon are supposed to result in peripetai, theatrical effects, and sudden effects, pate. So let's return to the archive, still understood as a physical place. The British Shakespearean Forgers, the Shakespearean Forgers Library had to be appreciated by Limon because back then in other archives, like the renowned Bodleian one in Oxford, which is in a fantastic medieval English building, but the catalogue was very poorly organized, cryptical, ill-marked, and I think that the idea they had was in order for the people from the outside not to be able to get to it. But Forger was quite opposite, was well organized. You could really carry out your studies. So Limon was a very careful reader of archives spread across continental Europe, including Poland, but also Great Britain and the US. But it is not enough to get access to the archives to create a work of art, to participate with your own studies in the process of building collective memory. Rieke, when he writes about dialectics between history and memory, recalls the views of Michel de Certeau on historiographic operation. So bringing the building to the place is what is the task of the epistemology of historical knowledge. Now, presenting history as the activity would be the same as understanding its relation as a place, as procedures, analytical procedures, discipline, and as the construction of text, that is literature. And that would be the first period of a very intense activity of Jerzy Limon's scholarly activity. So the time when he published Gentlemen of a Company, English Plays in Central and Eastern Europe, or Gdansk Elizabethan Theatre. Now the archive as the archive of false proofs, evidence are a bore. It is connected with Limon's interest in what Rieke describes as the maps or typologies of false testimonies, where the main strategy is analyzing sources to tell the truth from the false. And in order to do that, it involves forcing the witnesses to talk, who can lie or be mistaken. And here, such witnesses for Limon were again historical documents, those that referred to, for example, some of the kings or Jacob Stuart, who, as we would contemporarily say, did not have a good PR. Writing the Masque and Stuart culture, Limon was entering the role of the historian of drama, politics, and culture. And the documentary nature of anti-Jacobean writing, he interpreted as a document of an era in which it was simply in fashion to write unfavorably about the king. So paraphrasing Rieke, he forced the witnesses to talk. Now, archives as the archives of imagination, all the works and ways of using archives of the world made it possible for Limon to find his important place among the historians of the Elizabethan theatre, and Shakespearean in particular. He was the scholar who at the very early stage of his scientific works was sometimes accused of being maybe too meticulous about supporting himself with the sources. But then what he did as a result was launching opening the doors of the archive of imagination. He freed himself from ascribing this entire apparatus with hundreds of footnotes, and he was free to create his most important monographies. As Rieke writes, the phenomenology of memory respects the primacy of the question what. From the very beginning, it understood that it was threatened with aporia. of the colloquial language. The presence on which the representation of the past is based pictures itself as the presence of the image. What is presented is the past event or its image that can have a quasi-visual or quasi-audio nature. Apart from the colloquial language, the long tradition, philosophical tradition, in a surprising way brings together the impact of Anglo-Saxon empirism with huge Cartesian rationalism. In turn, it changes the memory into imagination that for a long time now has been treated with suspicion, which you can see in Montaigne and Pascal. So much about the recur, but with Limon, you would see that the metaphor of imagination as the image was turned upside down. Because what he did was inviting the images to his narrative about Shakespeare and the visual art. So he enriched the collective memory of the 16th and 17th century into his narrative about the period. And thus he opened the door to the archive of memory that he did in the 20th and 21st century. So he responds to the conclusion of what Ricoeur wrote at the beginning of his work. The last quotation. Apart from the colloquial language, the long philosophical tradition surprisingly combines the Anglo-Saxon empirism with Cartesian rationalism. It turns memory into the part of imagination, which, as I said differently, was treated with suspicion. In his last two monographs, Limon treats Shakespeare and painting as witnesses, and he forces them, Shakespearean dramas and the paintings of the old masters, to talk, as Ricoeur says. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Professor Stanisław Rosiak, a lecturer, historian, essayist, publisher. He works at the University of Gdansk as a lecturer. He was on the editorial staff of Literaria, Punkt, Item, and Putpunkt. With Marianne, he co-edited 3 volumes in the Transgressie series. With Stefan Fien, he wrote the book Bez autorytetu, Szkice, for which in 1995 he received the prize of the Kościelski Foundation. He's the co-founder of the Słowa Obrys Territoria publishing house, whereas the editor-in-chief. He is running since 1985. The publishing house published over 1,000 titles from the literature, history of art, including various works by Limon. He's the author of over 300 graphic works, some of them won prizes. The second sphere of the work of Professor Rosiak is the work of a number of 20th century authors, Schulz, Milszewski. As part of it, he created a series of collected works of Stanisław Mierzyk, his drawings, and in 2002, he published the anthology Wymiar śmierci, Dimensions of Death. In 2008, Professor Rosiak published his essays entitled Nieopisane, Unwritten. In 2010, a volume of sketches, Władza Słowa, The Power of the Word. For several years, Rosiak has been mainly researching the work of Bernard Schulz. In 2002, he published Słownik Szulcowski, the Schulz Dictionary, in collaboration with Władysław Bolecki and Jerzy Limon. Currently, he is the publisher of Schulz's Dzieła Zebrane collected works and the editor-in-chief of Schulz Forum magazine. In 2021, his newest books, Odcięcie, Cut-off, Sketches on Bruno Schulz, was published in 2021. Today, Professor Rosiak will tell us about what is suspended between an archive and memory. Professor? A simple answer to this question is the title of our session, Suspended. I must start by inviting me. I'm not a Shakespeare specialist, I'm not a theater studies specialist. I've mostly conducted theater plays when I was forced to do so by Jerzy Limon And actually, thanks to that, I was able to participate in a number of very interesting theatrical events. So such a person, an outsider, so to speak, is supposed to speak at this session. So it's quite an act of courage on part of the organizers. Thank you for this impressive level of trust. I hope I won't disappoint you. What I've prepared illustrates more or less, it's a protocol of searching, more or less, fruit of searching rather than presentation of ready-made ideas or solutions. I'm simply looking around, acquainting myself, orienteering myself in this vast landscape of Jerzy Limon's heritage. So far, I've learned about it step by step, book by book, over the last 20 or 30 years, in fact. I've been simply observing what Professor Limon was writing, and now that his work was so suddenly cut, I can fully see its vastness and its sophistication, and I agree with what has just been said by Ola Kubinska, that we have a certain unified character of the writing activity of Jerzy Limon, and this is also my point of departure. However, I wanted to approach the matter from a somewhat different perspective than Olga has. I think, however, that my thoughts are on a tangent to what she was saying, although I might not be so precise because I'm still searching for form and I can't really boast of finding anything conclusive. I've read books by Jerzy Limon. I've browsed through them, looking for something to hold on to, a point of departure, so to speak. And I thought it would be easy to do, but it turned out not to be so, because the point which seemed central to me suddenly dematerialized, and something completely new would come to the forefront. So, in searching for some hidden dimension of the writing experience of Jerzy Limon as writer, I basically stumbled upon two pieces of that in two of his interviews. In first of them, he presented a description of a certain dream, and it's quite a coincidence because, frankly, it's from this very place that I was describing this dream of Jerzy Limon a while ago. This description of dream opens the book, What Now? And I will not quote this entire fragment, however, I will mention what I was particularly struck by. Well, Limon describes a dream where he is in between two mirrors. He finds himself between two mirrors, and he's there to dive into the infinity, as he puts it. And all of a sudden, he understands that in this dream he is non-material, that the mirrors do not reflect him. He has no physical presence. So, obviously, this fragment can be interpreted in a number of ways, and perhaps I will try to present a possible interpretation as well. But there is also another fragment, which is of complementary nature, in my opinion, to the first one. Here, I'm thinking about the paragraphs, the sentences, which conclude his work, the Koncert Wielkiej Niedźwiedzicy. In the previous, we had the situation between two mirrors, but in this one, we have a situation of looking into the sky, into the Big Dipper constellation. Of course, Lemon's look at the starry night, at the starry sky, shows him and perhaps I should read that fragment just to make things more clear, since it is not well known. I quote, "There is no time, there is no past, there is no future, there is no prehistory, because there is no history, it's never been there. There is no post-history or future, since with lack of any type of presence, it might not be there. And therefore, out of this incredible void, only silence comes out, horrifying silence, in which, as if in a sticky, milky web made by arachne, our screams and cries die off." You must admit that these two fragments, these two images he paints are quite horrifying. In fact, I feel shivers moving down my spine, this total horror of existence. And I think that's what Limon was after, to point to the place he was at and the place, in fact, we are all at. This disappearance of I, this non-material character, the feeble character of existence. I have the impression that Jerzy Limon was writing about it in various books, but perhaps we're not able to see it, to notice it. Perhaps I couldn't. That could be perhaps because I might have been led astray by something that might be called this great power, this great life force of Jerzy Limon. When you were close to him, it was impossible to think that he sometimes does look into the starry night, or he dreams about mirrors, finding himself between mirrors. How was he able to exit that existentialist trap? I think he found his he found his escape in the archive and in memory. These are the two poles between which his writing activity was running between. In other words, he took on two roles which were formally different, and in his performance they were in fact equivocal, and they would overlap: the role of a historian and the role of a writer, a documentarist and a creator. I think that his work has two beginnings, in fact, and back then, in the first phase of the development of his work, I think these poles were separated. One of them is Michał Zeniada, a book published in 1880, written in the 70s, in fact, pure literature. Limon refers in this book to his biography. He describes his childhood in the city of Sopot, his youth. I think tomorrow we'll have a chance to talk more about that aspect when we'll be talking about his writings, his fiction. And second book is the Gdansk Theatre, which was created pretty much at the same time. It was published a bit later and defended as doctoral thesis in 1979. So this bipolar scheme that young Limon found himself in looked more or less like that. And a bit of a digression here. I wanted to show you the book, which is a contemporary edition, just fresh off the press. Jerzy Limon, the Gdansk Theatre. I'm showing you this in order to make you aware of one of the point of departure of the author, one of the two. This is a conference edition. Just 30 volumes were published. The actual main run will be in 2-3 weeks, and and it will be, to a greater degree, how should I put it, it will be richer from material point of view. We'll have a hardcover, more illustrations, so it will be more durable. So I think you'll be able to make use of it for years to come. This conference edition was only meant for those who are presenting today and tomorrow. So you can all get a copy. Now, going back to my main thought, presence in the archive and reaching into memory, and I will not go deep into how Limon understands archive and memory. That would require a very thorough combing through his work, and of course one can find there very interesting, quite spectacular fragments about those points, but perhaps it should suffice if I just say that going into the area of archive, the area of memory, can be something that can be horrifying. And I suppose personally that Jerzy Limon was someone whose presence in either of these spaces made him really horrified. Why? Well, anybody who spent a long time in an archive or tries to make something out of memory knows that anything, in fact, can be said. He knows that an archive which is appropriately shaped, reshaped, restructured, reconstructed, the documents which go through various restructuring can be put in any order. Who is a narrator, a writer, a historian is hit by something that can be written as an excess of freedom. This excess of freedom which can horrify one. This also happened to me when I was this archival rat, the way I should put it. I would spend years in archives, and this historical literary episode of mine was somewhat omitted in presenting my bio here at the start. But I did spend a lot of time researching in the archives the post-death cult of Adam Mickiewicz, and when I recall my conversations with Limon from 20-30 years ago, we were able to find common ground because we recognized we were of the same species. We could go into these extended archival tales. He would tell me about his experiences. I would answer in the same tone. We both knew exactly what it means to be horrified by the fact that one can actually make completely different tales out of the materials one uncovers. I think that Jerzy Limon tried to protect himself or tried to limit this freedom in a variety of ways, in four main ones. Let me characterize them, and that will be the end of my presentations. I've lost the sense of time, so please remind me. So these four ways, four practices he engaged in aimed at limiting excessive freedom. The first I could call the cult of documents, documentarism. And here we're reminded of this perhaps excessive meticulousness of Limon. One could notice that in each and every of his book. He would be extremely meticulous in treating his sources, and his book, the Gdansk Shakespeare Theatre, is a great example of that. I don't quite recall how he formulated that in the introduction, but there was this formula that this work aims at, of course, filling the gaps, knowledge, etc., and it is of documentary character, in fact. Of course, that's completely untrue, because the document is a foundation here, but not everything can be simply brought to documentation of documents located in the archives. Nevertheless, this book presents this practice in a pure form. Later, this practice is never that pure, because the second force appears, and this second force, this second practice can be called apocryphy. And this apocryphy is referred by the author as fabricating sources. This is a book that is... There is a book that is made completely of such fabricated sources. Here I mean, of course, The Well, another book of Limon's. So we see a certain conflict here, a certain opposing approaches, something between both, on one hand, this documentary, and on the other, apocryphy, fabricating sources. Of course, it's all very mysterious, very difficult to untangle, and I think perhaps Limon engaged in pushing the limits of what can be said. Perhaps trying to attract the reader into some sort of play game with the past, just pure pleasure of diving, of submerging into reactivated past, into thinking anew what the past could look like. So he would be a demiurge of sorts, taking this godlike creative pleasure in creating the past in the form it could have had. On the other hand, I sometimes think that in this playing with sources, with archives, might seem somewhat dangerous to Limon. There is a book we somewhat forgot about, and I've just reminded myself of it yesterday. Here I'm thinking about a book which was published in 1999, Shakespeare in Love. Zakochany Shakespeare. Of course, the book is co-authored by two other writers, the authors of the drama and the screenplay, the film, the well-known film Shakespeare in Love, a Hollywood hit. At some point, Jerzy called me and he said that he has this idea to write commentary to this fictitious book, let's say. I thought, well, great idea, he said, because my thinking was that the Shakespearean epoch could be illustrated better in this way. But I think his idea was more now. It appears to me it was more. The way the concept was thought out, that on the left-hand side you have the text of the screenplay, on the right-hand side, the screenplay, on the left, Limon's commentary. The way the book is constructed, that there is more commentary by Jerzy than what the actual screenplay writers created. In my view, it was an attempt to see how certain plot, certain type of narrative, theatrical film narrative, to what degree it is able to confront the criticism which takes archives as its base. I'm not quite... I don't know whether it was successful or not, but this attempt to me is a certain gesture of being concerned with going a bit too far when playing with narrative. The third way, the third practice of defense is something which is perhaps the most original, the most unique, and I would call it transfiguration, or perhaps even better, transmutation of the past into the present. This operation is very difficult. It can only be successfully attempted by a very few. It's quite a feat to move across centuries. The old form, an old form described in the book I've referred to a number of times before, and to create a space existing here now, a place of meeting. So it's as if the past that we are constantly searching for, the past that always escapes through our fingers, is somewhat incorporated into our present, and we are existing in that space created by Jerzy Limon and his way of understanding the past. It's the space of meeting, the way we're meeting now, and what happened yesterday and the day before and what's going to happen tomorrow. That space was set by this act of transfiguration or transmutation of the past form and placing it into our here and now. I do not have to convince you that this attempt was successful. And the fourth form, and I would call it an interactive form, a form of interaction. And here I have to remind you of something that perhaps is not remembered too well. In that book, which I think of as the most mysterious book of Jerzy Limon, where memory is goes together with fantasy, fact, with fiction, looking for autonomous authors of King Jacob in order to bring them to justice, intertwines with the biography of the author in a number of ways. It's a very difficult book to read. I tried to remind myself of its contents yesterday, and I did cooperate very closely with the author in the writing of this book, so I do know it from the inside out, so to speak. And it occurred to me that Limon was able to create an incredibly complicated construction in this book. The books, Shakespearean books, which raised the highest acclaim recently, are child's play in comparison to what one can find here. It's very characteristic that other books of Limon were written by critics very often with quite a lot of dedication, but this book was avoided for some reason. The critics were not sure how to approach it. However, I would like to point out to one of the many possible ways of approaching this book, something that, in my view, was not quite noticed, and which was very important to Limon. In this book, on page 289, stretching to page 304, we have what the author calls an interactive chapter. The idea of the author was for it to be just a loose insert into the book, and later it evolved. And the idea was to be able to tear out, to remove that chapter from this book and put one's own chapter in, which the author encouraged to do so. And I quote, "The reader is invited to create his or her own narrative. Under the link, there's an internet link and the address. There is a file, and there is a certain name. This file should be downloaded and opened in the InDesign program version CS4 or higher, and then it should be installed on the computer. The instruction goes on for half a page or so, instruction on what to do in order to create one's own chapter, which would make a part of this book. So the existing interactive chapter would be removed, and in its place, perhaps in the best possible scenario, glued in one's own text with the name of the co-author, and in this way, based on the same sources, many histories would be created. Many stories would be created. Now, if you do not believe me that that's quite the case, then I'll do something that I haven't done before. All these pages can be simply torn out very easily. This does not mean that I will do it with all the rest. I just wanted to demonstrate that it was not just it was not a trick, that there's actually substance behind it. The way this book is physically constructed is that it allows for tearing out these pages. And I would like to ask you, how many of you did that? How many did tear out those pages and put your own chapter in? I don't think I see many raised hands here. Now, what does it mean? I mean, it was an amazing idea, right? I think that his play of coming from this original horror, this existentialist horror, was to engage the reader into what was on his mind. And I have two quotes to end up with. One quite positive, the other not so much. And I'm going back to the dream, the two fragments that were my point of departure. And I quote, "I was non-material as in the space of this book, between the two mirrors. I can only exist as a perception, as a perceptive process, a biochemical reaction in the brain of the reader." And later he writes how the author is called into existence by the reader. And this is a positive answer. And there is also a negative one, a second one, which is the second part of the fragment which I have just read out from the Concert of the Great Dipper book, Concert of Księżyc. So once again, looking into the starry night, let me remind you. And we, all of our world, perhaps will be a comet or just the light of the past, which for some time will reach further and further regions of the universe, until finally it will also disappear. In several thousands of years, it will end up at the edges of our galaxy. And there are billions and billions of other stars and galactics, and if it does not disappear, then it will neither be a text that somebody can read out. It will not even be a word. It will not say anything. It will not tell us a story, because history will not be there, because out there in this incredible vastness, if there is anybody whatsoever who can read and understand it, it would not be possible either. So if this light of ours, if it's not going to disappear at all, it's going to be at the most eternal light. Amen. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Professor Jerzy Limon, Professor Emeritus of English of the University of Szeged and visiting Professor of Culture and Visual History at the Central European University, Budapest, Vienna. His interests include cultural theory, the Renaissance, the Western esoteric traditions and conventions of civilization, early modern and postmodern ones. The professor authored important monographs, among them Pictura and Scriptura, 20th Century Theories of Cultural Representations, published in 2004, John D. Carter's Magical Exaltation Through Powerful Signs, published in 2010. He is also a co-editor of the Icon series, Studies in Iconography and Cultural Iconology, by Repos series. There's also the editorial part of that editorial board of Brill's Aries book series in Western esotericism. And today he will tell us about Jerzy Limon, the philologist between structuralism and postmodern theories. Przekazujemy głos pani profesor.
Szanowni Państwo, najpierw chciałbym mocno podziękować za zaproszenie do tej konferencji.
Ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to thank you very much for the invitation to this conference. Because I have always had enormous respect for Jerzy Limon and his writings. Now I'll switch into Polish. So English, which will be interpreted into Polish.
I met Jerzy in the mid-1980s because we had overlapping Fulbright scholarships at the Folger Shakespeare Library, and we had a couple of occasions of having conversations about various things, especially literary things, obviously. And apparently we both were quite young scholars at that time. I'm 2 years younger than Jerzy. And in those turbulent 1980s, one of the main questions was literary theory. As we were moving from structuralism to post-structuralism, we had to find our place in it, especially coming from socialist countries with Marxist backgrounds, I mean obligatory Marxist backgrounds, etc., etc. So in this recollection, I would like to reflect on the early Jerzy Limon, except the first book, A Gentleman of a Company, because we have heard so much about it, so I will try to concentrate on the second two philological books. And because of the time constraints, I've written down everything. So unfortunately, I won't speak freely, which I otherwise quite like. Jerzy Limon, although painfully prematurely dead, nevertheless had a long, versatile, and successful career. He debuted as a literary historian and philologist, and by the age of 35, he published 2 important monographs with Cambridge University Press. In the 1980s, it was a rare feat for a scholar living in a socialist country, and in this capacity, I cannot think of anybody else before him but the charismatic Jan Kott, whose Shakespeare, our contemporary, was a kind of Bible for my generation. Limon's first book was reviewed by such gurus of English Renaissance theater studies as M.C. Bradbrook, E.A. Honigman, Michael Shapiro, while Dangerous Matter was introduced to the public by Maurice Charney, Margot Heinemann, David Norbrook. Those who are old enough know that these names were superstar scholars in the 1980s. No wonder that from the first moment I looked at Jerzy with high respect and appreciation. Since Dr. Knetsky and others have highlighted the importance of his third book, I will concentrate on the second two, as I mentioned. One innovative feature of Dangerous Matter is that it concentrates on a single theatrical season in London and its political context. Indeed, the year 1623-24 was turbulent and exciting in England. James I wanted to marry his son, Prince Charles, to the Spanish Infanta Maria, so he sent his favorite, the Duke of Buckingham, with Charles to Spain to court the girl and his royal father. However, Maria detested Charles and would not hear about the marriage. Thus, Buckingham and the prince, upon their return in October 1623, cooked up a new policy. They started an anti-Spanish campaign and advertised a new marriage plan with a French princess. The British public was definitely relieved as the threat of another Catholic Spanish marriage dissolved, and the popularity of Charles reached its peak. As Limon argued, the theatrical season, together with the publication of numerous pamphlets and broadsheets, truly reflected this strengthened anti-Catholic sentiment, and he tried to prove that, given the circumstances of royal cultural policy and strict censorship, this could not have been allowed without support from the highest circles. It is a fact that the above-mentioned distinguished reviewers were not unanimously delighted with Limon's strong political focus and expressed some skepticism about his claims. On the other hand, they all appreciated highly the meticulous philological apparatus of the study. They also acknowledged that this year in English theatre history was special enough to deserve a book-length study. Since from Hungary, cut off from British research libraries and archives, I cannot judge the validity of Jerzy Limon's political and historical arguments, I'd focus on his theoretical approach to his materials. After giving a historical sketch about the happenings of that ominous year, in the introduction of his book, he explained the nature of his critical methodology. First of all, he reiterated the structuralist dictum, according to which the authorial intention is irrelevant. But with the same gesture, he also rejected structuralism, claiming that the meaning is not an intrinsic feature of the literary text. This two-front distantiation was necessary for him to introduce the notion of the political function, which is not essential, but a variable potential of the text, may or may not appear, even independently from the original purpose of the author. The proprietor of the political function is either the contemporary audience or the historian, literary critic like himself. So I'm going to read, I would read, if we had the slide. No slide. That would be quite important. Yes, there is the slide. Very small letters, I apologize for that, so I'm going to read the first quotation when he says, "We may talk about political function whenever some of the elements of the created world of the text evoke in readers or spectators certain responses and associations with the extra-textual political reality known to them. Although here he only speaks about the contemporary audience, my interpolation should be logical. If the contemporaries can invest the text with various meanings, it should be the same in the case of the critic, who brings into the interpretation of his or her own agenda, preconceptions, and biases. And at this point, we are on the terrain of new historicism, which after Stephen Greenblatt's Renaissance self-fashioning was just on the offensive in that decade. But at that time, there was one more strong theoretical trend, which emphasized the importance of the reader response. This was the Gadamerian new hermeneutics, and actually here I connect to Ricoeur and that very similar trend, which had its reverberations in Hayden White's concept of history writing, based on rhetorical and literary criticism. These were also having an influence on Limon, just as well as structuralism from the other side, which was also natural in our generation, who had their university years in the 1970s. There is a very interesting reception scheme in Dangerous Matter that echoes Roman Jakobson's communication model, as well as the hermeneutical circle. And that would be the middle part of the slide, and I don't know how much you can see it. I'm going to comment on it, but it would be much nicer if it was bigger and you could see it clearly. Anyway, there's this scheme, which is the communication flow, and on this scheme, the author produces a play text, that is T, which becomes a realized play text, T1, by the performing company, that is P. So author, text, and the company creates a new text out of it. In the case of both texts, there's a direct denotative meaning, namely the most immediate meaning, as semiotics talks about denotation. And there are also additional connotative meanings, C1, C and C1. This is what Umberto Eco called overcoding. Out of this complexity, the spectator, S on the scheme, produces an understanding. Understanding is marked by I, by Limon, because he uses Peirce's semiotics when he talks about the interpretant. In fact, in this system, we see a multiplication of interpretants, that is understandings, relating to the author, which may be in connection with his/her intention, the performers, and the spectator. Obviously, author, performer, and spectator all have their agendas to arrive at specific understandings. And as Limon points out, the strongest agenda among the spectators belong to the censor, appointed by the ruler whose task was to oversee the theatrical productions. And here comes in the question of power politics and power struggle that the censor facilitates. Focusing on this aspect, we again arrive at the territory of new historicism, which was strongly influenced by Michel Foucault and his theories of power. As Limon explains, although he does not mention Foucault once in the book, and that's the last quotation, the politics of a play are confined to its autonomous created world, and thus form an invariant feature of the text, whereas the political function is variable owing to its topical, often accidental, temporal, and circumstantial nature. This also explains why a non-political text may acquire this function. Theoretically, the differentiation between politics and political function can be derived from Jakobson's structuralism. In the discussion, we might refer to the poetry and poetical function, what he so ingeniously distinguished between. But I would also mention E.D. Hirsch's American philosopher's theories when he conceptualized the dichotomy between meaning and significance, and this was a fairly big thing in the 1980s to talk about. At the same time, it is understandable that a scholar coming from a world of state socialism would hold fast to this view, especially the censor. Should we say that Limon was a syncretist? I would not deny this claim, but for me, this is something very positive and encouraging. He wrote this book in a theoretical transition period between structuralism and post-structuralism, as opposed to the adherents of the new trends who tried to entirely discredit the old, the kind of grand narratives, as we remember. He wanted to enjoy the best of both worlds. In the short run, such an attitude may not have been so popular, but in the long, I believe this perspective provides a more balanced and even truer picture. As an epilogue, I would like to briefly refer to his third monograph, The Mask of Stuart Culture. In this book, Limon seems to have abandoned his prime interest in history and returned to a literary analysis inspired by formalism. Again, we can find several motivations for this change. By the end of the 1980s, the shortcomings of new historicism became apparent, and our author may have been disappointed by the conservative criticisms that blamed the too strong revisionist historical interest in his previous book. On the other hand, two other critical trends have appeared on the scene, which were congenial to Limon's theoretical stance. One was theatricality criticism, which pushed the interest from the literariness of early modern dramas to their theatrical realization. On the other hand, emblem studies also enjoyed a boom, examining the characteristics of early modern seeing, not only manifested in the emblem as a literary genre, but also as a complex way of cultural imagery. Limon in this book compared the masks to the structures of emblem books. As in the latter, the text appeared below the picture. So on the mask stage, the perspective scenery and the tableau of the dumb characters were separated from the foregrounded dancing place, where the professional actors recited the poetical text. Another important observation was that the masks did not function by themselves, but their performances were integrated in larger and complex spectacles, in Limon's term, cycles of royal entertainments, including tilting, moxie battles, processions, fireworks, etc. Limon compared these festivities to rituals that served the ideology of the Stuart absolutist program, and I could not but fully agree with this interpretation on the basis of my own research of the Romance plays of this period. Alas, the contemporary reviews of the book were not always favorable about this theoretical retreat of Jerzy Limon, and complained about the lack of historical verification at the cost of formal analysis and the cultural cosmology of his approach. Nevertheless, some reviewers managed to recognize the valuable features of his work, and their opinions stand firm even today, and encourage us to revisit the monographs of Professor Limon, philologist, and continue to integrate his legacy in our present horizon of literary theory, as well as the study of English Renaissance theatrical culture. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, and to open the second part of our meeting, which is the panel, I would like to apologize to you for being a poor timekeeper here, but still, the speakers had so much to say that I wouldn't really have had the courage to stop them, and I didn't really have any intention to do so whatsoever, that I need to admit now. Now I would like to open the floor and encourage you to pose your questions, share your comments, and express your opinions. There is a first question, I believe.
I'm from Sofia, Bulgaria, and I just want to take the chance that the last speech of Professor Georgi Andreshoni was exactly what I was interested in. He actually started this with a question in the first panel that wasn't actually commented on, but I think it's really important about when Jerzy Limon is concerned. The question was there, this oscillation between formalism and post-structuralism, and in the context of what was told in the first panel and here, I just wanted to ask you to elaborate on your thesis that Professor, rather of dissemination as presumed by Jacques Derrida, but in the same time, he kind of comes back to this strong meaning. So there was this debate about how much the intention can be maintained, the intention of the author, and how this and is it possible to really be loyal when producing theatrical productions to what the author intended. And I think you observed something very interesting about Jerzy Limon, that he was all the time oscillating between this rigid, solid, logocentric type of solid text and the dissemination. He was always going here and there. And I would like you to elaborate on that, because I think this is, I wouldn't say essential, because I don't know if he himself was enough essentialist, but it's very important and something that was really to be observed in his effort. Thank you.
Shall I immediately answer?
Proszę bardzo.
I think that the best way to start understanding this oscillation is looking at that scheme, which is in the middle. Is it still there? No, it's not anymore. Anyway, that scheme which I was trying to verbally describe to you as well, it comes from Dangerous Matter. So there is that scheme in the book. And that is, by the look, is a strictly structuralist kind of diagram. This is what we find in Umberto Eco, early Umberto Eco, in Roland Barthes and many others. But if we look at the contents of that diagram, is really pointing towards post-structuralist fields. For example, the reader response question. It also points towards the power struggle question. So hermeneutics and new historicism is implicitly there, showing that many filters, which actually the meaning or the original text goes through until it reaches the spectator. And I think that this is a very healthy kind of approach, that we acknowledge what was good in the previous tendencies and what is challenging them from the new tendencies. And let me just mention here which I've already mentioned, Jacobsonian distinction between poetical function and poetry. He says that the poetical function can be analyzed and studied on structuralist matters, and he talks about this famous principle of parallelisms, that you find linguistic parallelisms in different levels of the language, and that will tell you more or less surely if a poetical function is there or not. But then he says, 1933, when he wrote this famous essay, What is Poetry? He says that I cannot tell you what is poetry, because it's decided by the user community. So that's a fantastic pre-science of reader response orientations. And I myself, as a contemporary of Jerzy Limon, have been struggling between these extremes, and I very much sympathize with his own strugglings, and I don't think that there is a final and there is an extreme answer to that. So I don't agree with Rorty, who says that anything goes, and I don't agree with those essentialists who say that our task is to find the intention of the author. But we are somehow moving in this wide sea between the two extremes.
Dziękuję bardzo. Czy może pozostali Państwo członkowie?
Thank you very much. Perhaps some other members of our panel would like to refer to this comment and question. Professor Kubinska. Just a few words on that, because it seems to me that in consecutive books, but also articles by Jerzy Limon, you could for years see his searching for methodologies. And there was a period in which he started reading Wortmann, and he immersed into it. So he read early and later Wortmann. Then he read into cognitivism. So he was an active searcher, if you wish, for adequate methodology, depending on which topic was in his interest, whether it was more about theater or whether it was more about drama. With the exception of his PhD thesis when it was history, right? And that is how it was defined. As a historian, those who are in favor of formalism at the university, not knowing that they are dealing with a stroke of genius, diminish the work, claiming that it is not literary studies methodology there. Well, no, it was non-existent there. But well, he was searching for methodology, and you could see that he was much more Steiner-like, searching for a variety of touches in those strokes, if you wish, searching for methodologies. Well, not too much to say because I never really took up the topic of methodologies in my talks with Jerzy, which has just shown on me. I, of course, as his friend and publisher, to a large or small extent, would get to know his books, in which he built the history of theatrical studies, and we did talk about that. But of course, theories were the subject matter of the previous panel. It seems to me that he created the theory of theatre that has not been well understood and assimilated yet. And I believe that perhaps that was the least attractive part of his legacy, if a very strong one. But the idea is that we had the pleasure to talk about some other subject matters. But I may only add that Ola is much younger than we are, but my colleague here in Jerzy, we were formed in 1970s. Each of us had to struggle with structuralism, somehow with semiotics or semiology. We had to read the Russians or the French, and somehow respond to this. I wouldn't like to use too strong a word, but the structural and semiotic terror back then was rather strong, and you had this methodology was imposed on us. It was a must back then. I managed to free myself from it, but some claim that I actually didn't. And when I listened to this exchange, I thought that I simply constructed my contribution today like a structuralist. So you had two poles, you had relations, you had four solutions, as if I listened to Janusz Słowiński, right? Well, so this stamp is there, but not in terminology, not in categories, but in a certain way of discovering the world, certain cognitive structures. If Jerzy Limon freed himself from it, I think that when he stopped writing those books on the theory of theatre, well, maybe it was when he decided that he said whatever he had to say. Maybe he freed himself from it. But whether it was really an act of rejection, I don't think so. I can't remember him saying that he discarded these books. He added some other layers of reading something out. The theory or methodology was never God. It was a service, right? It was in service so as to reach understanding. As you say, he was looking for inspirations because his challenge was not in the abstract, however you understand it, but it was in something more down to earth, more concrete, whether in arts or in history. But he has this reading through praxis, right? Very strongly at a certain point. He read dramatic text through theatre, and that was fascinating, this theatrical way of approaching the text. Because at the time of reading the drama through figures, well, I had the suicidal idea of writing a PhD on Shakespeare, but luckily I went to talk to Professor Limon, and he asked me one question about, I wanted to write about silence, but in a dramatic text. And Professor Limon asked me a question about reading Hamlet through theatrical performances and through Hamlet as a theatrical figure, like dramatis personae, and not a drama figure. And then I have a lot. I owe him a lot, because then it redirected me into reading about death, because you had this huge intellectual experience and the experience of an active recipient of the theatre, and he was able to apply this to reading, and that was something that was a short conversation but had a crucial impact on my scholarly career. If Dr. Gęski is with us, would you like to contribute to? Thank you very much. I would add one more thing, maybe. We got used to looking at the theory of theatre in its classical understanding as represented back in the 70s and 80s by Professor Limon, and we tend to look at this history of the theater as a theory in its own or a method in its own, but it's certainly required some other methods and methodologies. And what you could see in early publications of Professor Limon was this political and social layer. So this awareness that the theater functions owing to the organizer of the theater or to the organ that actually issues a license for performing. So the theater is something that is controlled by somebody. And this awareness is very clear in those early writings. And to it, you have this social aspect. So the theater is for someone in a given circumstances, for a given society or communities. And both these dimensions appear to be very much present in the early writings. And they also corroborate with the other authors who dealt within a similar realm of topics back then. You could find this awareness in Julian Lewański's, again, this political awareness of the functioning of the theater is also clear. This thinking about the theater also follows from the French humanities, which also got into Poland in the 70s and 80s. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Are there any further questions from the panel speakers of the audience? Professor Kopczyński, thank you very much. Thank you all for very strong, valuable contributions. I'd like to refer to what we've heard from Professor Rosiek, maybe bringing some peace to your mind. I think that this structuralist appeal that you seem to be worried about did not really kill the emotional thrill that you transmitted with your contribution, which was really moving. When I grabbed the whale into my hands to read it for the first time, I also sensed such a thrill. It was not a thrill of joy. It was not about what talent and lightness you might have playing with different discourses, playing around with not only documents, but various forms of expressions from the old ones to the more and more contemporary ones. You remember the way it leads us through different stages to the present. But it is possible, if Limon did that so precisely, you can actually be taken in. And then I thought to myself about the fate of the theater historians, and not only of the historians of the theater, but historians altogether, that work and they work with documents, and then they take the whale into their hands, and then they discover that their work can be falsified and forged so easily. So what consequences does it have for them? In your contributions today, I heard that you, historians of the theater, are well aware of that. You know that documents can speak to us in many different ways. They can falsify reality. They can forge it. You need to read them carefully, and you need to answer them to have your say, because you can use them to your purposes, for your purposes, forcing them to say something they wouldn't otherwise have said. So it is important for us to understand what Jerzy Limon, what authors Jerzy Limon kept exploring for all these years. He had this ease of forging these documents, which means that he must have had a very good sense of the substance that he dealt with when he actually held authentic documents in his hands. That's just a comment. I wouldn't like to ask you about anything, but add another sentence to this commentary. And this thrill, this fear concerning history is something that appears in my professional practice even today. So in my practice, I often combine the perspective of the historian, literary historian, theatrical historian, with the perspective of a theatrical critic and the commentator of the cultural life of today. And I try to look at what we are all in, applying the views of Jerzy Limon, who kept exploring, analyzing the old documents. And I'm thinking to myself that we are producing documentation now, letters to the publishers, our letters of protest against the authorities, or the authorities publishing their statements concerning artists and so on. Or even if we file a notice wishing to change our job, in 200 or 300 years' time, I imagine these documents might get to the hands of people like Jerzy Limon or you. And these documents need to speak to you, and they will speak to you in 300 years' time. And I've been thinking to myself of whether really they will be expressing the same thing that we know today about our life, about theatrical life. And I fear when I imagine the history of contemporary culture written in 100 years' time. It will surely be forged. It will not be a true vision. It will be a vision of something that today we perceive completely differently than what it will become in 100 years' time. And this way of thinking makes me acutely aware of how dramatic and existentially dangerous the area was that Jerzy Limon used to explore. Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether you would like to refer to this commentary. Maybe one more impression from yesterday's evening when I thought to myself what I should say. So I kept browsing through the books and I thought, and maybe this is the whale bis, encore. Maybe the documents have been forged so well that I'm not in a position to really verify what is true and what is not, and then it filled me with fear. But then it was enough to make two references, and I think that, well, I believe we are dealing with something really authentic. But again, I say it's probably authentic. Those who know King Jacob's era can say more about it. I mean, Ola. Would you sign it with authentic? What would your stamp be? Well, let me answer indirectly. Anglo-Saxon critics criticized the first monographs by Professor Limon, and I talked about him at Forgers, because I did find such a piece of criticism that he pays too much attention to actually grounding his efforts in sources. You've got all the footnotes, and I remember he smiled and he said, "How little do they understand?" Because he knew when he said, "I suppose," and so on. He didn't want to suppose. He knew that he had to be very meticulous, very precise. Maybe it was because he was from the country in which it was easy to forge anything, and maybe it was his internal moral imperative to be that precise. Okay, you do not have to think about those pictures in the seven major sins. These images, these paintings are there, right? So whenever he would send us a signal, this is convention and this is science, that was very clear. And it was very clear that he was very serious about scholarly work. He treated it he was deadly serious about it. And I'm using this word on purpose. Yeah, I was scared because I discovered this uncertainty in myself. And of course, everybody reads and finds what they want to find. I remember that at Forges, when Limon explained to me that when I keep on reading and reading, I will never write anything. So you need to take, read, and write, and move on. And I think that this fear that you're sensing This is something that he harnessed with a discipline. Time was important. He imposed a very clear time frame to accomplish something. And here, in terms of his scholarly efforts, maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't have the feeling that there are hybrids in Limon's. If there is science, then it's science. If it is a play with conventions, then we have a play in conventions. And the division was clear. He could be literary in his style of writing, his academic work, but still, these were scholarly, purely scholarly contributions. When he wrote literary texts, on the other hand, he wrote literary text. I'm not sure whether I'm really responding your question or whether I evaded it. Well, you did evade it. As for what you've said, I believe that there is something that I didn't really catch. But if you were brought up in this country, if you were raised here long enough a time to see how great historical manipulations can be, that you can leave Godfall's cap and erase himself. Well, British historians were brought up in a totally different tradition, and they do not share this fear that somebody might have who was brought up in the former communist country and was brought up here and who was young, maturing here. I believe that this American scholar who criticized Limon envied him having published at Cambridge University Press. I think that was the case. Somebody here has actually mentioned, Professor, that it was so rare in the 80s to have published a book at Cambridge University Press being from this part of Europe.
Absolutely.
But that was also rare for American scholars or Shakespearean theorists, right? To get to Cambridge University Press meant all the doors open for you.
If I may, I would just add that these issues of manipulations, which are, of course, justified to a degree, I would also like to point to another difference between the East and the West. That is simply the issue of preserving theater documentation. In the case of Poland and Central and Eastern Europe, generally, it's very incomplete. I'm sorry, but the transmission is breaking up. In other words, there are holes in documentation, and sometimes you have to use the context. For example, in Polish studies on the Elizabethan theater, we have a lot of documents dealing with the history of theater, for example, in Gdansk here, the Elizabethan theater in Gdansk. But there is very little documentation regarding drama as such in Poland. Thank you very much. We have one more question. I think we have time for one more at the most. It's not a question, but rather an anecdote I'd like to tell regarding the way Jerzy Limon approached certain theoretical, literary issues. Well, generally, Jerzy and I like to talk about literature, and at one point he said that he read the seminar of Jacques Lacan on Hamlet, the well-known seminar. It's a text which quite often appears in various commentaries on Hamlet, various collections of psychoanalytical criticism, etc. And Lacan observes in the seminar that there is Hamlet, there is Ophelia, and Ophelia, because her name starts with an O, she's Omphalos. That is, in other words, she's the navel, she's the center, and later he makes these intellectual acrobatics, which basically move further and further from the Hamlet, or at least moves the reader further and further from Hamlet. And then in the end, it turns out that it's a tool for castration. So I think Jerzy was very much taken by that comparison, and he would return to that text 3 or 4 times, a text by a famous intellectual who allows himself for such intellectual acrobatics, and in addition, the world treats it with all seriousness. So he was amazed by that. So Jerzy Limon was not always very serious in his approach to various theoretical ideas or ideas as such. Thank you very much for sharing that with us, sharing that anecdote with us. So we have 5 more minutes until the end of this session, so there is time for one more question. I do not see any hands up, so perhaps a few final words to wrap up this panel. Oh, we do have a question after all, yes. Not so much a question, but just a memory, a reminder of a text. I'm not sure where it was published, but Professor Limon used their theoretical discourse used by art historians these days quite often for analyzing the memory of Reverend Jankowski here local in Poland, and interpreting him as a walking art installation, and analyzing this certain weakness of the Reverend for uniform, for military medals, and so on. It was beautifully theoretically described, and it pointed to, and it illustrated this critical approach of Professor Limon to various fashionable intellectual discourses. And the second memory I have is connected with the fact that in all my conversations with professors when I was preparing my PhD thesis, there was a question in the end from him. It was, what is the meaning? How is the meaning created? And that was the central question he concentrated on. How is the meaning created? In what way? Thank you very much. So perhaps a word of conclusion, a little bit of summing up. Mr. Rosiek. Difficult to sum up. All I can say is thank you for your attention and your understanding, for tolerating my person here, speaking about a field that I do not specialize in. Thank you very much for your participation.
Maybe for the sake of the younger generations who are present here, I would like to recap very briefly these theoretical ups and downs which we lived through our generation. We started from such a socialist world in which there was obligatory vulgar Marxism, and from the 70s we were looking for ways out, how to avoid those obligatory things. And one possibility was old historicism, dealing with facts, dealing with archives, being very precise. And the other possibility was semiotics and structuralism, because Soviet semiotics was very strong, Yuri Lotman and others, so it seemed to be a kind of way out. And then the 80s brought the really big changes, the really big new challenges, and this is how we very excitedly started getting acquainted with new trends, and extremely surprised became when we saw that in the West, especially in Anglo-American scholarship, new Marxism and new leftism was very strong. So I stop here. My last remark would be that even the greatest structuralist who lived long enough moved towards giving up and postmodernism or post-structuralism, like Umberto Eco, whose last book, Kant and the Platypus, one of my favorite books, I recommend it to everybody, is pretty much a reconsideration of what everything he did before. And this book came together with his first novel. And here's the parallel to Jerzy, that Jerzy's postmodernism is also marked by literary output. So we could compare Foucault's Pendulum, Milorad Pavic's The Khazar Dictionary, Vielorib and Peter Esterházy's works in Hungary to this trend, and that's another chapter. Maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow, but also pretty fascinating. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Profesor Kubiśka.
Thank you very much. I think, just as Marin has said a minute ago, I think it would be a good conclusion of any panel. That is, how is meaning created, the way that meaning is created. I think what Jerzy was doing was very important because he wrote about it. He wrote about meaning, how meaning was created, what was supposed to mean. That's why his texts are so significant, so valuable today. So thank you, Maria, for this commentary. Thank you, Dr. Kęski. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank you for the possibility of participating in this meeting and this discussion. I think I should say that from a theater historian, especially considering an old Polish theater, the work of Professor Limon are not just useful, but extremely inspiring as well. So, last but not least, I'd like to thank you, the audience, for coming to this conference, to this session, for your questions, your comments, and your presence here. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, time for lunch break. We are meeting at 4 o'clock at the panel entitled Shakespeareana. See you at 4 p.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Shakespeareana panel. Right after the break, Jerzy Limon's research on Shakespearean and Elizabethan drama. I give the floor to Dr. Agnieszka Żukowska from the University of Gdańsk to chair the session.
Welcome everybody to the Shakespeareana panel. My name is Agnieszka Żukowska. I teach at the Institute of English and American Studies, University of Gdańsk. And I have a great pleasure and honor of chairing this panel, this session. So it's my great pleasure to welcome our speakers on this panel, Professor Jerzy Limon, who's joining us online, Professor Marta Gibińska, who's also there online, as well as Professor Małgorzata Grzegorzewska, Professor Aneta Mancewicz, Professor Michael Dobson, and Professor Ronan Patterson. So welcome you all to this panel. Thank you for joining our session on Shakespeare. Let me just start by saying that Professor Jerzy Limon had one of his many gifts, was a gift for inventing titles, coining titles. And one of the titles he coined for one of our conferences, which was actually co-organized by the Gdansk Shakespeare Theatre and the University of Gdańsk. For this conference, he came up with the title Blending Media. Blending media. And it so happens that each of our presentations today will somehow address this notion of blending, the notion of crossing of boundaries. So we'll have a presentation on geographic boundaries being crossed. So our speakers will reflect on the English players coming to Gdańsk to perform Shakespeare in the early modern period. We also have linguistic boundaries crossed. So we also focus on Shakespeare performed in different languages as part of the Shakespeare Festival. Our speakers will also comment on the blending of reality and fiction. The blending of reality and fiction in theatre as an art, but also in contemporary performance in Shakespeare as stage today. Another topic is going to be Shakespeare's comedy, which will be seen as a blend, as a mixture of the comedic and the tragic, of mirth and vice. And finally, our panelists will also try to bridge the gap between word and image, the art of theatre and the art of painting, as well as this gap between the past and the present. So our first speaker today is Professor Jerzy Limon, who's joining us online, of Delaware University, who has published extensively on Shakespeare, on early modern drama, and he has also co-edited a collection of essays with Jerzy Limon, titled Eastern Central European Studies, Shakespeare and His Contemporaries. And he's also edited several Shakespearean plays, and he's now working on his edition of All's Well That Ends Well. Now, the title of Professor Limon's presentation is going to be My Friend Jurek. So, Professor Limon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be on the panel, though we've got an echo here. I don't know how to deal with it, but anyway, do you hear an echo where you are?
No, we're fine.
No? Okay. Well, I titled my essay, My Friend Jurek, because it traces, in outline really, my association with him, which goes back many, many years to the mid-1980s. Although I had known Jurek slightly, been introduced to him at one conference or another, it wasn't until we were both in residence at the Folger Shakespeare Library in Washington, D.C. We spent many an evening, since we lived in the same house, that had many parts. And Justina was with him, of course. It was a very memorable experience for me. I learned a very great deal, not only about Shakespeare, but about Poland and their experience during World War II and afterwards. It wasn't until that time that we became friends, and the friendship grew and grew. We visited, my wife and I visited the Limons in their home. They came and stayed with us in Newark, Delaware, where Jurek taught a class for us. But the thing I want to emphasize is the extraordinary intellect that Jurek has. I did read the opening sentence of my paper. Rarely do we come across someone who has an idea for creating something that they believe is very worthwhile, despite its design and probable high cost. Without that, it will require perseverance as well as intelligence to get the project started and eventually completed. Such a person was Jerzy Limon, better known to his friends and family as Jurek. In our early friendship, when I visited the Limons in their home outside of Gdansk, Jurek showed me the preliminary plans for reconstructing the theater that housed the English traveling players back in the early 17th century. I thought this was an extraordinary idea. I did not know until about that time that Gdansk had been, for many years, a main focus for traveling English actors who spoke not only Gdansk, but have played Shakespeare elsewhere in Europe. Of course, by the time Jurek got the idea for reconstructing the fencing studio where these English players first performed in Gdansk, he did not realize what an effort it would be. Well, his efforts did not decrease, but in fact increased over the years. I saw the original plans while visiting them in their home, the Limons, and it looked all very interesting. But that's not what actually came to pass. As many of you know, what started out as a small theater built in the center of the city morphed into something much grander, which took many years to find the funds to build it and then to find an architect to help construct it, design it. But meanwhile, Jurek, who was never a man to just sit idly on his previous accomplishments, started doing something extraordinary as a sort of preamble to what was going to happen later on. He developed a summer program of about 2 weeks in Gdansk using various venues for a Shakespeare festival, and invited acting companies from all over the world, really, to perform either in English or in their own language. One of the first plays I saw during this festival was by an Armenian company, for example, who spoke Shakespeare in Armenian. Now, not many of us know Armenian, I certainly don't, but there was surtitles in Polish. I don't speak Polish, unfortunately, so they weren't much use to me. But as it happens, I knew the play very well. They were performing Twelfth Night, having taught it a good many times. The enterprise for the summer festival was extraordinary. I don't know anything like it anywhere in the world. Jurek managed to explore a number of venues outside of Poland where he found excellent versions of Shakespeare. I say versions of Shakespeare because unlike Anglo-American stagings of Shakespeare, these did not feel constricted by the words on the page. In fact, I once commented on this to Jurek, saying that I was amazed at how different the various adaptations were. And he told me, and he was certainly right, that Anglo-American stagings of Shakespeare are much too timid. Here in Europe, we take a good deal advantage of what is there. And he was ever so right. I can refer to one or two of the plays that were performed in his festival. For example, there was a very interesting performance by a theater company from Romania of The Tempest, which suggested things that I had never thought of in my study of The Tempest. In the representation by the Romanian company, the performance was not a stage on an island somewhere in the Mediterranean, but in a deliberately claustrophobic room. That was Prospero's study. Ariel, for example, was not one air. He was multiplied into about 7 of them, all painted blue. Caliban and Miranda were both acted by the same actor, suggesting that they were brother and sister, at least in Prospero's imagination, or two sides of the same coin. Prospero seemed like a Frankenstein, Shakespeare's Frankenstein, as a tired old man who somehow succeeded, in spite of everything, in bringing all to a happy conclusion, though at considerable cost. This is just one example of many of the versions of Shakespeare that came to Knox, thanks to Jurek's explorations. I should add, however, there were many fine Polish productions of Shakespeare that were staged during the festival as well. And I remember very clearly a staging of Macbeth that was extraordinary. There wasn't one Macbeth, there were two Macbeths, the good Macbeth and the bad Macbeth. Let's simplify and call him that. And they were both dressed in white, but at the point where Macbeth has ascended the throne, his white garment was stained with blood, making a very firm statement, of course. And elsewhere, the production tried to emphasize that war is nothing glorious, but indeed tragic. Meanwhile, while the festival was going on, as if Jurek didn't have other things to do, he was a teacher at the University of Gdansk. He was a novelist, produced many novels, written in Polish, so I haven't been able to read them, but I'm sure they're excellent. And then he was artistic director, as I say, of the summer festival. But he was still interested in reproducing that fencing studio where the English players in the early 17th century had performed Shakespeare. However, when the time came to start construction, it was not the fencing school. It was a much grander theater that he got the funds to build. And it was a really 3-in-1 theater. It could perform plays by Shakespeare on something like an Elizabethan globe, since the roof of the theater could open. There was actually a very interesting way of performing Shakespeare, but the theater also lent itself to other ways of staging Shakespeare. For example, theater in the round. I'm sorry, my telephone keeps ringing, and I don't know why, but I keep turning it off. Anyway, the project, Unix project, which started as a very modest rebuilding of the fencing studio, turned into a very larger building, what is now the Shakespeare Theatre in Gdansk, and the plays that were scheduled at many various venues in and around Gdansk. Previously in the Shakespeare Festival could now be staged in this theater. Although there were so many plays that were performed at the same time in the area during the summertime, that some of the other venues were still being used, but the main one was the Shakespeare Theatre. I was there at the opening of that theatre, and it was indeed a very grand theatre, even though the roof wouldn't open for us at that time. But and there was a bomb scare before the festivities could begin. Fine, all those things on one side. This was an extraordinary accomplishment, and I give Jurek full credit for everything he has done to make Gdansk, what it used to be in the 17th century, a main venue for Shakespeare players in Europe. We are very grateful to Jurek, who left us much too soon. And there's no telling what more he could do, but I'm sure he had some plans to go on beyond what he had already accomplished. For his accomplishment in building the Shakespeare Theatre in Gdansk, the British awarded him the OBE, the Order of the British Empire, which is not handed out to any Tom, Dick, or Harry, let me say. It was well-deserved, well-earned by Jerzy Limon.
Professor Hellier, so thank you very much for this presentation, for this tale of blending of friendship and theatre. And our next speaker is Professor Michael Dobson, who is Professor of Shakespeare Studies at the University of Birmingham and Director of the Shakespeare Institute, Stratford, and he's taught at a number of universities in Britain, in the US, China, and Sweden. And the title of his presentation today is Playing Internationally. Professor Dobson.
Thank you, Agnieszka. And to uphold the honor of the Anglo-American tradition of Shakespeare studies, like my colleague Jay, I will speak anecdotally and in a shockingly unscientific and unsystematic manner. One of the things that I loved about Jerzy and shared with Jerzy was a deep love of popular culture as well as high culture, and while we both shared a commitment to the higher standards of accurate Shakespearean scholarship, we also shared the non-distinction of having devoted some of our respective, very different misspent youths to posing about with electric guitars and being engaged with rock and roll music, which was something we would talk about and compare notes about. And Jerzy would say very clever things, of course, about how time was experienced differently in classical music to how it was experienced in popular music and especially in jazz. And we would talk about how time behaved completely differently in tragedy to how it behaved in comedy. I want to talk a little about time because it was such a recurring interest of Jerzy's, and a little about popular culture, but also about geopolitics, which does connect with this, since our experiences of our teenagerdoms on different sides of the Iron Curtain were so marked by that time. I mean, my band used to play silly songs about the Cold War, and Jerzy's implicitly was, rather disapproved of by the order of things at the time. Now, the other guitarist, and I warned you this would be anecdotal, the other guitarist in the band I had when I was a student was also very conscious of the Cold War, but instead of becoming an ineffectual academic upholding liberal values, he became a servant of the British state, first doing things I'm not really allowed to know about, but then being publicly avowed as a diplomat. And eventually finishing his career first, well, he was second secretary in Washington, D.C., and his last two postings were as British ambassador to China and as British ambassador to Germany. Strangely, although my career may have looked like a mere kind of shadow or parody of his, we did overlap on a number of occasions. I would meet him at functions at the Folger's Shakespeare Library when he was in DC, because it's used for political events and for hosting things, and some cultural events diplomats do have to attend, including the birthday celebrations in Stratford back in the UK. And when my other guitarist friend was British ambassador to China, we were both engaged in getting British government funding for the Royal Shakespeare Company to tour China and to fund a project to translate Shakespeare into a more actable version of Mandarin for the benefit of Chinese culture and the Chinese theatre. And when my friend was British ambassador to Berlin, he took the entire staff, partly on my recommendation, he took the entire staff of the British Embassy to celebrate the 400th anniversary of Shakespeare's death to go and see Lars Eidinger play Richard III. And he had very cordial relations with the Deutsche Shakespeare Gesellschaft, as mercifully so do I. World literature gets involved in what's called soft power. Soft power, which in the case of my own country is so soft as to be positively deliquescent, but it does nonetheless haunt my professional life. Since the Shakespeare Institute, where I work, took over a building and in part a mission from the British Council, which used to use the building where I now work as its headquarters to show off the true indigenous-rooted native English language tradition of Shakespeare to visiting foreigners. Now, of course, the first great world power in Shakespeare studies was in fact Germany, which had a Deutsche Shakespeare Gesellschaft before it had a state to sort of prove that it meant business on the world stage. Now, in the great short-lived internationalist moment just after World War II, at the same time that the United Nations was being established, in Stratford, the British Council set up the International Conference for Teachers of Shakespeare, which survives as the International Shakespeare Conference, and which is now my problem. And it was at that conference that I first met Jerzy. But by the time I met Jerzy, well, things had changed a lot. When Jerzy and I were growing up, Shakespeare studies was very much polarized along Cold War lines. The Deutsche Shakespeare Gesellschaft had been split as Germany was. So there was a part of it based in Weimar in the east, claiming to speak for the true German Shakespeare, and a part of it in Bochum in the west, claiming to speak for the true German Shakespeare. And at the international conference in Stratford, my predecessors were perpetually trying to work out which Eastern European scholars were real scholars and which ones had just been sent to watch the ones who were real scholars while they were in the West. And we still have, I'm glad to say, a number of scholarship schemes that were specifically designed to bring good, liberal-minded scholars from countries like Hungary and others to Stratford for certain periods of time. The Anglo-American tradition, most lucratively exemplified by the Shakespeare Association of America, which was only set up in 1972, was all about text. In the West, in the English-speaking world, it was all about English-speaking former colonies, known as the Commonwealth, and America, New Zealand, South Africa, and it was about a Shakespeare industry that was largely serving school and college courses that were in literature, where Shakespeare was strictly the words, and any kind of performance that didn't do all of the words in English in the right order was silly. The overseas reception of Shakespeare was a kind of comedy footnote. It was quite funny that the Germans had got so excited about Shakespeare in the 18th century and had done such misleading translations. It was quite funny that Ducis had made Shakespeare into a French neoclassicist. It was a curiosity that the Japanese made the odd movie based on Shakespeare. It was really a sort of fringe concern. The only performance history that mattered was the performance history of Shakespeare in London in his own lifetime, by which you could produce footnotes to explain the literary text that we were left with in an Arden edition, or a Cambridge edition, or an Oxford edition, or whatever it was. Jerzy changed all that forever. His insistence that Gdansk was actually the very specific place of a cosmopolitan Shakespeare, a Shakespeare who was already in dialogue with quite different European performance traditions, meant that he was already looking towards Shakespeare as a pan-European writer at a time when Europe was split and at a time when Shakespeare seemed to have been bought and stored in Washington, D.C. This was, it retrospectively meant that one had to take seriously the continuity of Shakespearean drama with commedia dell'arte, with European popular theatre from elsewhere in the continent. It meant that one had to take seriously Shakespeare as a popular entertainer, as well as Shakespeare, the literary genius who just happened to work for a theatre company. And this changed everything, as was recognized at the time. Muriel Bradbrook's review of Gentlemen of a Company recognizes it as a book for the Solidarność moment. The significance of Poland as a cultural bastion will not be lost on those interested in the social history of courage and turbulence in the eastern marchlands. And as you'll remember, Jerzy has a very wry preface, a very understated preface to that book, in which he says how bizarre it is that in the world we live in today, we have to refer us to Finland, way over there to the east, as part of the West, whereas Prague, which used to be the capital of the whole continent, we have to say is part of the East. You know, they're a long way west from where I am. You know, this sense that Jerzy was already thinking of Shakespeare as a writer of the whole of Europe is one of the things that made possible when everything changed in 1989 and 1990 for the beginnings of a set of conferences called Shakespeare in Europe, which became the European Shakespeare Research Association, and gave birth in turn to that wonderfully utopian and, as it turned out, ill-fated campaign in which I know a number of us participated, to have the European Union actually officially recognize Shakespeare as the first pan-European laureate. That we actually got as far, you know, we went to the European Parliament, we did all kinds of things, and that was actually going to be enacted in April 2016, except, you know, some idiot had decided to have a referendum instead, and you know, everything went horribly wrong. Now, Jerzy, therefore, was at a pivotal moment in establishing a European Shakespeare and a Shakespeare completely in dialogue with traditions of popular performance and popular culture. And That's reflected, I think, in his later work too, where having done that extraordinarily forensic job of proving, document by document, that Gdansk really did exist in close dialogue with the fortune in London, that the English players who came and toured Europe in Shakespeare's time and just after it weren't just caste players, weren't just losers who could only make a living clowning about for foreigners who didn't understand the words, but that tradition, as exemplified here at the fencing school, sort of went underground and then resurfaced as the German Shakespeare, the living current of a Shakespeare who was really alive, more alive in translation than he was in the schoolbook tradition with which we're still stuck in the English-speaking world. And Jerzy both argued for Shakespeare as a popular entertainment, and in his work, or the bits of his work that I'm able to read, being painfully confined to English, French, and small bits of Latin, he's so committed to playfulness, the same playfulness which I know from his testimony informed his earlier aborted career as an underground rock and roll star, which, he could have gone back and made huge numbers of hit singles, I know, had he turned his mind to that as to all the many, many, many other things in which his energies manifested themselves. And I miss him not only as a fellow scholar, but as a fellow reminiscer about the great pop stars which each of us might have been in a different parallel universe. I'm finding it terribly poignant being here. So this is the first time I've been in Gdansk when I haven't been visiting Jerzy in person. And I will close with two anecdotes, if I may. One of them, seeing the Pragnell Medal on display in this building, the Lifetime Achievement Award, which I had the job of hanging around his neck in 2019, reminds me that the Royal Shakespeare Company tends to display the silver bowl, which the Pragnell Prize winner receives but doesn't get to keep, in the circle bar at the Royal Shakespeare Theatre in front of a picture of the recipient receiving it, so that it looks as though they're holding this 3D thing. The Royal Shakespeare Company, of course, closed during the pandemic. It looked as though there would never be live theatre again. They were losing people, actors were going bankrupt, it was all terrible. When the theatre very, very tentatively reopened early this year, the first time I went back in there, it was for a governor's meeting, and I happened to look into the circle bar. And there still, because time had stopped, there still was the picture of Jerzy and I holding that silver bowl. And there was Jerzy, it's life-size. It was a heart-stopping moment. But I then noticed that the Royal Shakespeare Company had moved directly in front of the picture the portable refrigerator from which they sell ice creams during the interval. And it struck me that actually Jerzy might have really enjoyed that, a sense that he and I were sort of frozen in time, perpetually selling ice creams to the public, because Jerzy understood that theatre is not only a high and solemn and vital human expression of culture, but it's also somewhere that sells ice creams. And the second thing I would say, this morning I happened to wake up early. This never happens. It's because I'd spent the previous night not going to bed, going to a jazz club in Bucharest. But this morning I woke up early, so before I came here, I wanted to visit St. John's Church, from which I'd seen Jerzy's funeral streamed. But of course it was closed that time in the morning, so I thought, well, never mind, I'll go and pray in the cathedral instead. And remembered when I got in there that it has that wonderful set of Baroque angels, all playing musical instruments. There's some percussion being shaken, they're full of movement. There's a horn section, and they're all grouped now around the figure of the enthroned Christ, who used to be holding a wreath, but the wreath is missing, and it just looks as though he's really into the groove, and he's just going, yeah! And there are all these ecstatic angels playing this music. They're outside time, but they're playing in time, and they're playing with time. And that's a band in which I like to imagine Jerzy. Thank you.
Professor Dobson, thank you for this input. Thank you for drawing our attention to this notion of playfulness, which is so visibly present, which is so prominent in Professor Limon's writings in his last two books, Shakespeare Uncensored and Shakespeare Seven Deadly Sins. So thank you. Our third speaker is Professor Marta Gibińska, who's joining us online. Professor Gibińska teaches at the Józef Tischner European University in Kraków, and she was professor of English and Literature and Shakespeare at the Jagiellonian University, and she specializes in Shakespeare in performance and Shakespearean translation studies. So the title of her presentation today is going to be Unfortunate Happy Endings, Some Thoughts on Shakespeare's Comedies. Professor Gibińska, the floor is yours.
Right, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. I have to start by I'm awfully sorry that I cannot share this statement. I'm only sharing a moment in time. Better than nothing. And I would like also to thank the panelists of the first two morning sessions. They made me feel the presence, Jerzy, very much. Thank you all. Now, about my paper, I would like you to understand that it's not on comedy. However, I am worrying a bit about the happy ends of the comedy. The inspiration of my ideas in Shakespeare's comedy is Limon's last book, Seven Deadly Sins, particularly the following two things. One, sin inspires actors, brings through a sequence of events which lead either to a tragic or a comic end. And two, sin is omnipresent in Shakespeare's works, also the seven deadly ones. They constitute a driving force of the character's action, that is, of the dramatic action. They are the cause, the fall and death in tragedies, but also of the reconciliation and moral renovation. The seven names, or seven words, if you like, superbia, avaritia, luxuria, invidia, ira, gula, and acedia, refer to human propensities or inclinations to act. Sin begins with the actual act. The long history of the theological discussions and definitions of sin is not only a religious dispute, but also, if not first of all, a reading of human nature. And as such, I think it is the object of Shakespeare's own study and observation, which resulted in the fictional worlds of his plays. My second inspiration are Shakespeare's own words, which he put in Polonius's mouth. Tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, pastoral comical, historical pastoral, tragical, historical, tragical, comical, historical, pastoral. If this catalogue of plays is intended to be a joke, it is also the proof that dramatic genres were treated with a grain of salt, and the grain wasn't small at all, The time-honored division into comedies and tragedies had obviously become too restrictive and narrow for the Elizabethan stage and playwrights to make it the world for the plays to comprise life. Happy comedies have traditionally been understood as plays infused with an optimistic treatment of the human nature, with mirth and energy, with situational and linguistic humor, with wit, with music, singing, dancing. They were examples of the festive, carnivalistic break indispensable for the life to go on about its serious business. Therefore, the dark sides of human nature, the sins in the sense of human propensities, were treated more as a threat than a danger. Thus, to quote Limon again, a reconciliation or moral renovation were an obvious, desirable, and achievable end. When all troubles are dissolved, all intrigues disentangled, and all misunderstandings clarified, all characters may get united in happy marital vows or in friendly embraces. But does such comedy comprise life? Does the stage become the world? Or is such reading of comedies an instance of wishful thinking, a utopian creation of the readers, critics, directors, actors, audiences, you name them? If the comedy or the comic is everywhere, everywhere in Shakespeare, isn't there also the tragedy or the tragic everywhere in Shakespeare? Obviously, life is all tragical, comical, historical, pastoral, while the artistic dramatic representation of man and life had been unfortunately put into this rather stiff boundaries of tragedy and comedy. But Shakespeare's art does not entirely conform to this, never has, as is made obvious by the dark comedies or the late comedies. What about the happy comedies then? My point, not entirely new or original, is that the happy comedies are also filled with unhappiness, which touches on a truly tragic experience. My example, Aegeus, a figure filled with arrogance of pride, authority, and anger, if not wrath, is resolved to send his daughter to death if she chooses Lysander rather than Demetrius. Well, the happy end is guaranteed. He will bless Hermia's marriage against his early threats. But the happy end is guaranteed automatically. We are in comedy, in a comic world. It is a fairy tale, not life. However, if we treat seven deadly sins with serious attention, then the comic world must be taken in brackets. To what extent can we believe in reconciliation with the irascible, proud, and authoritative father? A similar irascible, proud, and arrogant father, King Lear, must first become the unaccommodated man before he comes free of the sins. There is no such ordeal for Aegeus. The comic deus ex machina arranges the happy end without any warrant for its truth or duration. Think of the lovers, victims to sexual desire, which comes and goes and comes again. They do not seem to be destined for happiness ever after. If we agree to accept the happy end as a happy end, which guarantees reconciliation and moral renovation, we stay locked within the comic vision, which is not Shakespeare's, and we take divorce with our own experience of the real world. Like many speakers in the morning panels, I would like to refer now to the fifth dimension of theatre, where Limon argues that time in theatre, in a theatrical moment, consists of two currents of time: the present time of the audience and actors, and the fictional one of the characters. Ignoring the doubtful or perhaps even utopian aspect of the happy end of the comedy, we ignore the current of time in which we stay. Such questions, as asked above, may be directed at the truth of the happy ends in Much Ado, or As You Like It, or Twelfth Night. In none of these plays is there an undeniable prospect of happiness. To what extent am I reading my own perspective, as it is inescapable? To what extent I'm reading my own perspective into Shakespeare, being blind to what the plays might mean to his audience? Here, the very structure of the ending of each of these plays comes as a ready prompt that in spite of the 400 years that separate me from their current of time, I'm right in inscribing the tragic vision into the comedies. In A Midsummer Night's Dream and in As You Like It, the ending is composed in terms of a spectacle, of a play within a play. In the former, the stress is on the theatricality, what it means, how easily it can be misunderstood. And this is a strong reminder of the difference of the fictional truth and the truth of experience. The mechanical's constant worry about acting and being, and about pretending but not deceiving, constitute a paradoxical, if not ironical, comment above the heads of the characters. Proper understanding of the art of theatre means accepting the fusion of the two currents of time, without forgetting that they are not identical. In As You Like It, two procedures ensure the ambiguity of the happy end. The spectacle of Hymen brings the lovers together without a shadow of doubt of the prospects of happiness. We are in the comic world. But the epilogue, which belongs at the same time to Rosalind and to the actor or actress, puts the final touch on the awareness that what happens in a play need not be the truth of the world in which we live. In the seemingly flawless, happy world of Messina in Much Ado, the threat to the happy end comes at the very end. At the very end, the evil returns. My lord, your brother John is taken to flight and brought with armed men back to Messina. The threat of catastrophe is not eliminated, even though Benedict advises us, think not on him till tomorrow. But tomorrow will come, inevitably. Similarly, in Twelfth Night, Malvolio promises return and vengeance. I'll be revenged on the whole pack of you. While Fester closes the final reconciliation and harmony of the happy end with a bitter song of experience of life against which a comedy may only strive to please. An important element of that pleasing is an aperture through which a serious reflection may appear. Shakespearean comedy decomposes our dreams of a happy world into prime factors, demonstrating how little of that happiness we are able to rescue, how easy it is to lose it entirely, how obviously it is threatened by the sinful human nature, and to what extent regaining it is an illusion. In his comedies, Shakespeare watches people with seriousness and invites reflection no less weighty than in his tragedies. Thank you.
Professor Kipinska, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for pointing out to us how complex and deceptive and open-ended Shakespeare's comedies can get. Our fourth speaker is Professor Małgorzata Grzegorzewska, who teaches at Warsaw University. She's professor of English literature at Warsaw University, and she's published extensively on Shakespeare, metaphysical poetry, and Renaissance culture. In her work, she studies the interactions between literature, theology, and philosophy. And the title of her presentation today is The Merchant of Venice and Wounded Humanity.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here. I've slightly changed the title. Oh. It is actually The Merchant of Venice, Shakespeare's Plea for Humanity, but it'll go more or less along the same lines. I want to begin with the book that has been mentioned here several times today, The Chemistry of the Theatre, in which Jerzy Limon reminded us that a reading of Shakespeare is always connected with the memory of that moment in King Lear when one of the characters is instructed to look with his ears. That's one of the essential principles of Shakespearean drama. The spoken word leads us to the image, whose eloquence depends on visual allegories and symbols. Limon's most recent and, alas, also his last book, to which Marta has just referred, is a perfect example of such hermeneutic practice. And I will largely refer to that book. This richly illustrated volume is a true feast to the eye. As the story unfolds, the author shows to us how to read the pictures. Indeed, we begin to hear their gentle whisper, presenting objects of everyday use, books and musical instruments, measurements of time and space, flowers, fruit and fish, portions of meat, game, and living animals, a fly or a lizard. Each and every one of these items divulges some secret, carries a religious message or political illusion, invites erotic associations, and celebrates carnal pleasure, or warns against the vanity of earthly existence, denotes vice or virtue. And it's all in Limon's book. Professor Limon was mainly concerned with the compelling, surreptitious dialogue between Shakespeare's drama and Renaissance visual arts in the north of Europe. Most of his examples in The Seven Deadly Sins come from the Netherlands. Today, I wish to include in this discussion the residual presence of the Catholic religion and the art of the late Middle Ages in Shakespeare's drama, also Italian tradition. And although I use the widely accepted term residual, which may suggest that the past has become extinct, I actually prefer to think of these glimpses of the past as a gift, frequently unacknowledged and even unrecognized as forgiven, but nevertheless endowing Elizabethan art with the enduring memory of medieval culture. In the Polish language, we have a useful expression to grasp the uncanny nature of such a gift and its impact on the recipient. We sometimes say that we keep or carry something under our eyelids. This saying shows that the chamber of human memory cannot be whitewashed in the same way as the iconoclast destroyed the interiors of medieval churches. Even when we close our eyes, we remember pictures which cannot disappear. Shakespeare, no doubt, carried Catholic art under his eyelids. His imagination was shaped by the scenes of the birth, crucifixion, and resurrection of Christ, the life of the Holy Family, and, last but not least, the images of saints. A pair of painted saints plays a vital role in the plot of The Merchant of Venice, the drama which, as we all remember, at face value is only concerned with the world of Renaissance commerce, travel, economic exchange, and, unfortunately, racial prejudice. The play shows two Venetians, Antonio and Bassanio, vis-à-vis their Jewish antagonist, Shylock. Cynthia Lewis has suggested that Bassanio may be an abbreviated version of Sebastian, which means that the merchant and his friend and lover join other well-known Shakespearean pairs, Sebastian and Antonio in Twelfth Night and The Tempest. Saints Antonio and Sebastian frequently appear together in medieval and Renaissance arts as patron saints driving away the plague. The best-known example of such an image is the Isenheim altarpiece painted for the hospital, which was part of the monastery of the Antonites, a religious order devoted to the care of the sick. We may also mention the Last Judgment altarpiece, executed in mid-15th century by Roger van der Weyden. Another picture of the same kind. Back to the two saints and Roger van der Weyden's presentation of them. Disease and healing are crucial to the meaning of both these altars. Saint Anthony, a Coptic monk of the 4th century, was regarded as an intercessor for victims of ergotism and other skin diseases. Saint Sebastian, on the other hand, a Roman soldier martyred during the Diocletian persecution, came to be associated with the plague due to his attribute, an arrow. At face value, the names perfectly fit characters in The Merchant of Venice. Bassanio's childish proof about adventuring second shaft to find his lost fellow, the one he had carelessly lost before, with which he tries to convince Antonio that one more loan may help him pay his earlier contracted debt, certainly fits the stock attribute of Saint Sebastian. Grant W. Smith suggests also that Shakespeare might have known, or at least might have known of, a biography of Saint Anthony the Great, written by Anthony's disciple and intimate friend, Saint Athanasius. The critic further recalls that Athanasius explicitly associates the name, that is, Anthony's name, with the idea of Christian brotherhood. The tale thickens, however, when we recall the fact that one Pietro Vannucci, known also as Perugino, showed Sebastian in the company of Saint Anthony of Padua. In this painting, the Franciscan monk looks tenderly on his much younger companion. Sebastian in this picture has beautiful golden locks, shapely lips, and rosy cheeks. He wears elegant and brilliantly colorful clothes. Deep purple and fire vermilion contrast beautifully with shiny black and deep olive green. Looking at this picture with a leery eye, one may suspect that the friendship between the two men may involve something more than brotherly love. The arrival of the second Anthony certainly complicates the picture, especially when we recall the fact that the image of his fellow saint evolved in time, effectively yielding also different Sebastians. There's no one Sebastian. We may compare here, for instance, the painting from the second half, once again, too fast. The second fast of the 14th century. This is attributed to Giovanni del Biondo, with later depictions of Sebastian's martyrdom by Perugino, or this is Perugino's Sebastian, or Guido Reni. As we see, in the course of time, the Roman soldier became more and more attractive until he became a symbol of homoerotic desire in our times. This transformation throws light on the possible erotic allusion in Antonio's generous gift of his purse and person for his friend in need. Jerzy would not forgive us if we missed either this pun on purse, denoting both scrotum and vagina, or Shylock's later complaint about his lost stones, denoting testicles, both of which apparently bind the merchant and the Jew more tightly than Antonio's fatal bond. And this is not the end of the story. The two Anthonys are followed by a third, a Dominican Archbishop of Florence, one Antoninus Pierozzi. I have no picture here. I simply recall his best-known work, Summa Moralis, which was designed to teach the merchant of Florence about the proper conduct of trade. In this work, Pierozzi condemned different forms of ill-gotten or shameful gain, turpe lucrum, such as usury and sodomy. Both sodomy and usury were viewed in the Middle Ages as perversions of fertility. The usurer forces barren metal to breed, the sodomite wastes his masculine, fruitful metal on attraction which does not bring offspring. In other words, pecunia pecuniam non parit. But of course, both Antonio and Shylock multiply their capital, one through trade, the other by offering a bank product. Having said that, we're prompted to ask how and why Shakespeare transformed those images which stuck under his eyelids and haunted his memory. Most importantly, we must decide what he wanted us to make of the strange affinity, some form of unacknowledged kinship, perhaps, between Shylock and the unsaintly Antonio, the merchant and the usurer and the sodomite. The response to this last question, I'd like to suggest, is included in Portia's well-known apology for the gift of forgiveness, which drops as gentle rain from heaven. Of course, Portia's speech can and has been interpreted as acrimonious rather than reconciliatory, especially in the mouth of a Christian judge who uses it to trick the Jew. But when we realize that both Shylock and Antonio, despite the latter's name being borne by so many saints, are both sinners in need of forgiveness, we may also read the play as Shakespeare's plea for clemency, compassion, and humanity. Where there is sin, there is always a cry for forgiveness. That would be, I dare say, a Shakespeare, one of possible Shakespeares, Jerzy knew better than anyone else.
Professor Grygorzewska, thank you for your presentation, for speaking on this affinity between the arts of drama and the art of drama and the art of painting, which is there to be studied, which is there to be enjoyed in Jerzy Limon's books. Many of us have found so inspiring. So our next speaker is Professor Aneta Mancewicz, who teaches drama and theatre at the University of London, and her fields of study are Shakespeare and performance and the digital technologies in contemporary theatre. Aneta Mancewicz has also participated in theatre projects integrating virtual reality with live performance. And the title of her presentation today is Mixed Reality Shakespeare.
Hello, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to speak at this panel. It's an honor to speak at a conference in memory of Professor Jerzy Limon. This presentation is about mixed reality Shakespeare. But I'm going to warn you, it is about different ways in which my work on this subject has been inspired by Professor Jerzy Limon. My very first presentation on theatre and technology was at Blending Media, which was expertly organized by Professor Limon here in Gdansk. This theatre wasn't there yet. It was very much, obviously, in progress. The conference was wonderful. It was a lineup of international academics and artists, which resulted in a fabulous publication co-edited by Professor Limon and Dr. Żukowska. And since then, I've been regularly coming to Gdańsk, always drawn by the extraordinary work, leadership of Professor Limon. And then in 2017, I came here with my collaborators, a Belgian collective called CRU, and Professor Giel Kattenbelt from Utrecht University, as well as Professor Robin Nelson from the Royal Central School of Speech and Drama. And we came to present a very early iteration of our long project on Hamlet. It was hands-on Hamlet, which used practice as research methodology, mainly developed by, it's a big field, but we were specifically using Robin Nelson's insights from his 2013 book. And our aim in this long project was to think about Hamlet as a thinking mind who is kind of operating in a conflicted political world. And we wanted to use virtual reality and motion capture to represent those conflicts. You can see some images from the production rehearsals. And what we showed at the festival was a VR installation. We aimed it to last 10 minutes, but then we realized it was quite popular, so we shortened it to something between 4 and 6 minutes so that more people could access the immersion. And it combined two worlds. One, as you can see on the left, is this animated world, virtual reality world, which was a decrepit and dreamy castle based on 3D images of a real historical castle, which were then redrawn by Eric Joris, artistic director of CRU. And audience members could, or audience members, I can't call them even audience members, participants, immersants within the virtual reality world wearing headsets and headphones could explore that space while they were watching historically clad avatars of actors reciting Shakespeare. If they put their head in one of the spherical shapes, which you can see in 3 of these pictures, they would go into a different world, which was the second world I've mentioned, and there was a 360-degree recording of the rehearsal process. So they could see the actors in motion capture suits while they were reciting the lines that they've just seen or just were about to see, depending on where they entered in the immersion, on how they were operating within those dual worlds. So they could see the process and the product in parallel. And the spherical shape was obviously a portal between the worlds, but it was also an allusion to the play's preoccupation with celestial bodies. We were really excited to come to Gdańsk. Our aim was to present at the European Shakespeare Research Association conference, organized by Professor Limon in 2017, but also to the International Shakespeare Festival, Gdansk Shakespeare Festival, organized by Professor Limon. And we presented the work at the festival and at the conference. We also gave presentations at the conference, and we gathered audience feedback, as I mentioned. And here is one particularly insightful audience response that we've gained.
And was it theater to you? Was it cinema? Was it a video game?
Elements of all these, I think. But obviously our essential experience is different from in this particular show. I don't know how do you call this?
We call this one immersive installation. But it's the first stage.
But it's a peculiar installation because you are part of it.
Yes, you're embodied.
Yes, and what is really striking is the central experience.
Well, I imagine that you can recognize the person in the image and the person speaking. So this and other feedback in Gdańsk was absolutely crucial in terms of informing our further work. Thanks to audience feedback, we've learned what we had to do further. We knew that we need to acknowledge the presence of the participants more. We had to support them with their experience of the space or spaces, And we had to help them balance the experience of the space with the experience of the text. Because after all, we were doing Hamlet, and it's quite a complex text. This work has helped us to develop further versions. So we did Hamlet Encounters in 2018 at Conveys Theatre in Brussels, Municipal Theatre in Brussels, followed by Hamlet's Lunacy in 2019, again at Conveys. There is a wonderful video on Vimeo, which lasts 3.5 minutes, and I do recommend that you look it up, Hamlet's Lunacy Crew. I'm not going to upset the whole setup here by attempting to play it. And then we did Hamlet's Playground, which was shown in 2021 on the online platform Gather. So this first installation in Gdańsk was incredibly important, and Professor Limon's enthusiasm for the project was really important for us as well, and helped us to advance the work. And what is more, his question, how do you call this, is what really stayed with me, and it's at the very center of my current research project. How do you call this? I've been thinking about this quite a lot, and I'm grappling with this question quite a lot at the moment, and I've decided to call this mixed reality. Now, mixed reality is a well-established term. It's been particularly well established in the field of human-computer interactions and in digital theatre performance. So I've deliberately chosen a term that has an established history. I did it for two reasons. I wanted to place my discussion of this kind of work in a well-established and rich interdisciplinary context, but I also wanted to avoid proliferation of terms, which is really endemic in the field of digital performance. I mean, terms just pop up all the time. I mean, think about metaverse at the moment, it's such a big hit. So instead of proposing a new term, I'm thinking about taxonomy. So a more systemic approach where we're thinking about categories and definitions. And I think, thinking about the panels today, I think it's really important thinking about definitions, categories, how we try to map and define the field. And I think it really, again, like chimes with Professor Limon's thinking about theatre. And also, the notion of taxonomy is really important in a number of foundational publications, in particular in human-computer interactions, but as I've said, also in digital performance. Here is one particularly famous taxonomy, which is from 1994. And it's a reality-virtuality continuum by Paul Milgram et al., where you can see the experience kind of the mixed reality as something that is placed on a continuum. The continuum notion is really important. And you go from real environment to virtual environment, understanding that those pure opposites are never really possible, and that you place things on a scale between those two. Now, this important taxonomy, which appears in almost any publication on mixed reality, as I've said, it's from 1994, and it's a taxonomy of visual displays. So it's not really about performance. They're looking at devices that were available in the 90s. So I've been thinking about how I could really develop taxonomy that would fit my purpose, it would fit my work on adaptations of Shakespeare, more specifically. And in my project, I've been thinking about two questions coming out of this, how do you call this work? So I was thinking, if I need to develop this taxonomy, I need to think about what is this taxonomy of? If I'm not doing visual displays from the 90s, what is it I'm actually doing? And also, what is this taxonomy for? So if I'm looking at performance rather than devices, I really need to think about categories that inform performance. If I'm thinking about what is this taxonomy for, I need to think about its function so that it's flexible, fit for purpose, and can support what I want to do, which is documentation of such work, comparison of performances, but also its analysis. So this has led me to my own taxonomy, which is still quite a work in progress, so I do welcome any feedback people might give me, not necessarily in this panel, I'm happy to be contacted online, offline, as you wish. And this is my current model of thinking, where I'm looking at 3 dimensions, time, space, these terms have appeared a lot today, but also interactivity and how it's engaging the spectator. So I believe that such experiences, such works have to happen in real time. They have to be scheduled, they have to be ephemeral, as theater is, and also they have to be hybrid in terms of their engagement of space, moving from physical space with virtual to kind of mixtures that are half and half, to spaces which are mainly virtual with physical elements. And with this taxonomy, I hope to offer a flexible framework for describing various technologies, to enable comparisons, but also to distinguish new forms of theater from other kinds of mixed reality media. So to conclude, I'd like to finish with the words from Gdansk from 2017, which I think capture quite well my current project and my thinking about mixed reality, which talk about hybridity, duality, and ghosting.
Was it the first time you've done it?
Yes, it's the first time I've done it. I felt like a ghost, and the first thing that struck me was that we have, of course, the duality of time and space, but also duality of geography and geographical orientation.
Thank you.
Professor Mancewicz, it's absolutely wonderful that your work as theatre scholar and theatre practitioner is so much informed by Professor Limon's thoughts and ideas about theatre. So thank you for this presentation. Thank you for sharing this audience member feedback with us today. Really moving. Thank you. And now we're going to move to Professor Ronan Patterson, who is both a theatre practitioner and an academic, who was head of drama, performing arts and media performance in several British universities, and he's published on Shakespeare, Shakespeare in performance, Shakespeare in film, comics and illustrations, and he's also an actor and a theatre director. And the title of his speech today is going to be Two-Way Traffic from Academic Research to Professional Performance and Back Again.
Thank you. This is an extraordinary moment for me to be able to come back to this theatre after a number of years where I had such extraordinary experiences back in 2017. I didn't know Jerzy very well. I had met him a number of times at conferences. And back then, at the Ezra conference, I found myself sitting at the dinner on the VIP table with him. Now, I was as surprised to be sitting on the VIP table as probably Pontius Pilate is to find himself in the Apostles' Creed. But I was sitting there, and when I'd spoken to Jerzy in the past, I had never said to him the things that you always feel you should say to your heroes. I wanted to say how much he had inspired me, how much I had gained from his writings. And although I'm Irish, I have lived in England long enough to have been infected with the malaise of reticence, and there were lots of people around, and I didn't say those things. And afterwards, I was kicking myself, and I said, the next time I go back to Gdansk, I'm going to say those things. And ironically, this is the next time I'm back in Gdansk, and I shall try to say some of those things, although sadly not in his presence. But if I talk about how I became inspired by Jerzy Limon, it's like asking the rain how it decided to be wet. There was no choice. Back in the 1980s, I had originally begun my career as that most obnoxious creature in all the theatre, someone who comes swaggering out of a top university and waltzes into the National Theatre as an assistant director. Such people are hated by actors. And I had been this for a number of years, and eventually in those days, everybody left Ireland to go to England. It was part of the cursus honorum. You went to England, and I did this, and I actually set about learning my trade, I guess. And anyway, I had just taken over as artistic director of a small touring company located in a vast but largely empty tract of land, the borders between Scotland and England. The company was based in Northumberland, but we toured both sides of the border into the Scottish borders. And Shakespeare made up a very significant part of our repertoire. Now, everybody tended to regard touring as slightly second best, that proper theatre happened in theatre buildings, and touring was a bit less exciting, a bit less good. But we were a very ambitious company, and we set about doing a lot of work, and we were starting to attract attention, and we were nominated for a national award, and that was good. And then the next year, we won it, and we came back from the Savoy in London, where Judi Dench and Joan Plowright and things had given us awards, and we came back trailing, as we saw it, faint wisps of glory, to find that our newspaper in our hometown had bumped our achievement, not just from the front page, but from that week's edition, to make space for the results of the leak shows. And so clearly we suffered from a perceptual problem. I was devastated, but after a lot of soul searching, I decided that what I needed to do was to create a pedigree for ourselves that we could really sell to people, that we could show that we were part of a really strong, long, historic tradition. And I began to research touring actors, strolling players, if you like. And I wrote to Sybil Rosenfeld, who was the only person I'd ever heard of who had done these things, and she put me in touch with some books, and I started reading, and then someone said to me, oh, you should read that book by that Polish guy, what's his name, something to do with fruit, lemon, something like that. Well, anyway, I found the book by this fruit-named author, and it was, of course, Gentleman of a Company, and it changed my life. Now, there had been hints of this story he told in other books. Volume 3 of E.K. Chambers, The Elizabethan Stage, or that huge tome by Kohn from the 19th century about actors in Germany in the 16th and 17th centuries. But here, in one place, expertly distilled, readable, revealing, was the story. Now, other people had set out the facts, but Jerzy Limon's great skill as a writer was to turn that into a story, an inspiring story. And that was the story I had been hoping for. Because he opened up that story of those English actors touring around Europe, and he revealed a version of the story we hadn't heard before. Those actors were not just ragtag strolling players who didn't have all the bits of props and things, and there weren't enough of them. They weren't just that. Some of them were. But they weren't just people who were staggering around Europe because they couldn't get a job at the Globe. They grew into highly accomplished and highly regarded companies who were welcomed from Kronborg in Helsingør to Bohemia. And they weren't just bringing Shakespeare, although Shakespeare was undoubtedly part of what they brought. They were also bringing that whole idea of a humanist, secular theatre which could examine the human condition. But that theatre was also, as Michael alluded earlier, it was a European theatre, it was a cosmopolitan theatre. Because before long, these companies, they were English as a generic term rather than a specific description. Now, they might be bringing a play set in Italy, written originally by an Englishman, but performed by English and Dutch and German actors, perhaps performed in German in front of audiences in Poland or in Moravia. And that was about as European as you could get. And that was the story that Jerzy Limon told, and that absolutely set my world alight. And it took me 3 years. But 3 years later, I toured my first Shakespeare production to Bohemia, thanks to the British Council. And over the next 10 years, I did that quite frequently. Now, what was the point of doing that? Was it just for the fun of doing it? God, it was fun. It was the best fun I've ever had with my clothes on. It was absolutely wonderful. We toured to Czechia, we toured to Slovakia, Italy, Greece, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, Germany, you name it. Never, sadly, to Gdansk. Gdansk was too big league, we thought. We were scared to ask. Maybe we should have. But anyway, we were touring these things. And what did we gain from that? It was extraordinary. It was encountering other cultures, other societies through the plays of William Shakespeare. And their insights were absolutely illuminating. They were so different. The perceptions of things were different. Now, we know that some plays, we struggle with the perceptions of them nowadays for cultural reasons. Measure for measure. You say, all right, Angelo says, I will save your brother if you will sleep with me. Shock horror. My students used to say, what, once? You know, you see these other things. You say, okay, right, Taming of the Shrew. Taming of the Shrew. Horrendous sexist story of Catherine and Petruchio. Wrong. It is not a play about Catherine and Petruchio. It is a play about a trick being played on Christopher Sly. And the story of Catherine and Petruchio is a play within a play to show a drunken boor the behavior of another boor. And in Shakespeare's theatre, we saw Catherine as a man before we saw her become a woman. The players come on and they say, right, you go off and dress up as Catherine. Right? So perceptions are different. And these were illuminating. I was performing in the Shakespeare Festival Theatre in Neuss. Right? The German government had made these prefabricated touring replicas of the globe. And they toured them round on trucks. Now, eventually, even for the Germans, this was too much fun. And they got to the racetrack in Neuss, and they left one of them standing there. And they all went home for some schnapps, I'm sure. And this theatre stood there. And anyway, it was great. And I was there with an extraordinary play. It was called Bill Shakespeare's Italian Job. It was directed, if I say the word Bogdanov, a ripple of recognition will go along it. But anyway, what this was, it was the plot of The Italian Job, performed by Shakespeare's characters, entirely using cobbled together Shakespeare dialogue. It was great, it was great. The German audiences got every single reference and every single joke, and the English audiences and the British audiences at the Edinburgh Festival and things did not. It was fabulous, it was fabulous. And anyway, to use Shakespeare in that way to encounter other Europeans, after I had done it with professional actors, I also did it with students. When the poacher became gamekeeper and I moved over into teaching, first of all in the training of professionals, but then eventually in university, I took my students. And what we had was an incredibly enlightened group of students. They'd go away as horrible as snotty-nosed undergraduates can be in the normal course of things, and they would come back from those European tours with their minds transformed by encountering those countries through a shared love of Shakespeare. But anyway, that was the first area of inspiration that I gained from Jerzy Limon. But to tell that story well would have been enough of an achievement for anybody else. But of course, for Jerzy Limon, it was only the beginning of the story, because that research created a context in which to create an international Shakespeare festival. Now, you could have created the Warsaw Shakespeare Festival, you could have created the Lanzarote Shakespeare Festival you wanted, but Jerzy's research rooted the festival in Gdansk, and it was entirely a legitimate and a right thing and an inevitable development to do that, and put Gdansk right on that global Shakespeare map. That actually now people were coming from all over the world to Gdansk because of Shakespeare, because of what Jerzy had done. But that wasn't enough. On top of that, he goes out and with some of other people here, they raised 95 million zloty to build this incredible venue in which Shakespeare's plays can be performed. Now, that, it seems to me, is one of the best examples of the relationship between research and practice. Because Jerzy Limon's research had a profound effect upon practice. Now, so much theatre research today has actually got very little to do with Shakespeare. It's far more incestuous than that. It's actually people writing about what other people had written about Shakespeare. Research is driven often by an industry, a craving for citation, and the publication of 100-euro academic textbooks, which are beyond the reach of anybody who might actually put on a play. So what is the purpose of Shakespeare research? Is it citation leading to applications for tenure track or to the research excellence framework? Or should it be about helping us to put on the plays better? For we, the scholars, are the shadow of the thing and not the thing itself. It is in front of an audience that Shakespeare lives. Practice drawing upon useful scholarship, scholarship that respects and learns from practice. These are the ideals. And I think Jerzy's career showed that better than almost anyone.
Professor Patterson, thank you for showing us how to bridge this gap between scholarship and practice, theatre practice. Before we start taking questions from the audience, there's just a single question which I think needs to be asked. And I'd like to refer to a statement which has been quoted today by Professor Kibińska. That's Jerzy Limon's observation that the driving force behind the action of Shakespeare's comedies and tragedies is sin. So sin as the driving force behind Shakespearean drama. And I was just wondering if you could comment on the function of sin in Shakespeare's works, on the presence and function of sin in the works by William Shakespeare. And there's also an additional question to those of you who have read the book Shakespeare's Seven Deadly Sins. Why does Jerzy Limon use this concept of sin to discuss Shakespeare's play? What is it needed for? Why does he blend ethics with aesthetics in his latest work? Professor Grzegorewska, maybe you'd be willing to answer this question.
I think Professor Patterson's speech made me realize how guilty we all are in all our activities, for instance, academics, constantly being driven by some form of hamartia or hubris, putting our own work in the foreground, where we actually should be shadows or servants of the text and the performance. I think I will go back to something that was said early in the morning today when Professor Wiśniewski said that for Jerzy Limon, one of the most important things in Shakespeare was, and in drama, was the phenomenon of communication, of dialogue. Now, I think when we treat sin seriously, as obviously Jerzy does, it is a breach in communication. It is a gap between people. It is a wound in our reality that prevents us from understanding others, from enjoying the world so that it becomes fully comic, and has this dark moments in it. And I think that's why he devoted this great book to the phenomenon of sin, but not in order to make us dwell on it. Nothing like that. I think it is the desire to overcome it in order to be able to understand each other. I think that's, this is what he really wants from drama and from Shakespeare. He wants Shakespeare to be not a playwright writing, read in different languages, but a language of its own. Shakespeare is a language in which we communicate. And a language that helps us overcome our solitude, which is an effect of that wound, of our sinful nature, put it this way. And he doesn't treat it really in a religious way. It is not, he's not thinking of sin as a theological concept. It is rather existentialist, it is rather, or existential, actually existential aspect of our existence. I think that's why he was so much concerned with it.
Professor Kibinska, maybe you'd like to respond to this. Professor Kibinska, if she's still with us. I hope you're still with us. Yes, she is.
Right. I'm here. I hope you... Wait a minute, I have to load down my speaker. Yes, quite. I agree with Professor Grzegorzewska. It's not a problem of being a believer, being a Christian, being a religious person. It's an observation of human nature. I think I made that statement very clear in my paper. But sins are about our nature, our mental and psychic and emotional conditions. And indeed, when we do something wrong, that is when we commit the sin, we enter into a situation where things are broken. There is a breach, there is a wound, as Małgosia said. There's something wrong. And very often, this is the very heart of dramatic conflict, isn't it? Yes, I would agree. Right.
Okay, thank you. So now we are taking questions from the audience.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate you this session. It was very inspiring and all talks were very interesting. I'd like to say something about this concept of sin and how it comes on the stage. It's not the first thing that will come in my mind, but I'm getting more and more convinced. The first adjective I would use, or concept I would use, is the sublime. These days, the sublime is extremely important in our own culture, especially in the Burkean sense that it's terror, it's horror. But if we think it over, the seven deadly sins are all connected to horroristical or terroristical desires, jealousies, excesses, or whatever. So if we want to bring back into ethics the concept of the sublime, we actually arrive at the seven deadly sins. So I find this very, very inspiring, this thought. But I like to ease up on this serious thought, so I would like to add a footnote to Professor Dobson's anecdote. You mentioned the infatuation of the German with Shakespeare. Now, it happened the same in Hungary, with a very interesting twist. You probably know that Peter David has his work on the cult of Shakespeare. So in the 19th century, in Hungary, the custom became that they Hungarianized names. So from William Shakespeare became Shakespeare Vilmos. And it is documented that actually around 1900, a lot of Hungarians imagined imagined seriously that Shakespeare was Hungarian.
Yeah.
And really he was. Thanks.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Thank you.
But this is, of course, a conviction shared by many, many nationalities. And I take your point about sin entirely. I think it's very striking that one of the defining characteristics, one of the most unusual things about Shakespearean drama is that we are not conscious of an editorial voice using the play to prove a point. That Shakespeare's characters their main job seems to be getting onto the stage in order to be themselves. Shakespeare's great quality as a dramatist is giving himself over to drama so completely that he's not there telling us what to do. The sin manifests itself in his characters. I mean, all the seven deadly sins are forms of selfishness, forms of putting getting in your own way, making some desire or trait of your own or some ambition of your own take precedence over your social relations. And that seems to be Shakespeare's diagnosis over and over again. Tragedy is when you fall into soliloquy, when you're too interested in what's going on in your own head, when you've fallen out of your proper balanced relations with the other characters around you. And it seems to me, to sort of follow on from some of what Marta was saying, the Shakespeare canon as a whole is comic. It's a kind of divine comedy. It all matters and none of it matters. Individuals die, marriages happen, jokes happen, it all happens. It's all included. It's not utterly tragic that the individual dies. That is never the whole story in Shakespearean tragedy. What matters is that certain individuals, need to get over themselves. And comedy, with its sideways movements, its puns, its ways of stopping time, its ways of stepping out of the frame, seems to be an environment in which that can happen more freely, more in a more healing way for at least some of the characters. Though again, one of the things that's poignant about Shakespearean comedy, again in relation to time and the relation of time, the time of performance as opposed to the time of the fiction, is that it's an effect Shakespeare signals and gives us over and over again. The tragedy is that Shakespeare's comedies finish. And we as audience members feel that moment coming when we're going to have to stop thinking about the Forest of Arden and go back to worrying about our bank statements. And we know that when we watch the romances, that this isn't really how it ends. That when teenage daughters get sold into prostitution, they do not remain virgins and live happily ever after, married to the governor of Mytilene. And it's that knowledge of the world outside the play that causes a kind of painful but enjoyable suffering of the story that isn't happening. So the comedies are, as Marta says, wholly open to tragic perspective as we experience them, as we experience leaving them. Just as the tragedies, they're full of gravediggers and clowns and people, the tragic characters themselves comparing themselves to laughing stocks or bears tied to stakes or whatever else. All those things that the French wanted to cut out. So I think the whole canon is essentially comic. And that's partly perhaps a religious notion, but I think it's also partly what happens if one writer, for once, manages to just let the characters get on with something and allow us to think around it, and instead of being George Bernard Shaw.
Maybe Professor Halia would like to respond to any of the topics mentioned here.
Well, no, I found them all very interesting and enlightening. I applaud each of the speakers who followed me. I tried to give an overview of Jurik's accomplishments, and I hope I succeeded in that. But the philosophy that he lived by and showed in his performances and so on, I think are very important. I didn't get too far into that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Questions from the audience?
Can't hear.
Can I just say a couple of words in favor of sin? You know, I mean, sin carries with it the idea of transgression, that there are boundaries and you transgress and that becomes a sin. But it's also that becomes drama. You know, when I was 11 at school, the teacher came in and wrote on the blackboard, drama is conflict. You know, and this was something we were all brought up. And then we discover, as we learn more about it, it isn't necessarily conflict, but it bloody well is transgression. That actually, you know, one example, Gavin Bolton, the great English dramatic theorist, was talking about, in answer to this drama is conflict thing, gave an example of an elderly couple waiting by a radio for news of their son who was missing. And he said there was absolutely no conflict in it, but it was incredibly dramatic. But in order for drama to happen, somebody has to put a foot wrong somewhere, because otherwise it's just life. Somebody has to transgress something. And that, I think, is where sin comes in. And the other thing about sin is it's really commercial. It's really commercial. People go to the theatre to see sin.
Yeah. If I may, it is transgression, but also error.
Yeah.
Jerzy is fully aware of both meanings when he writes about sin. Actually, I think the driving sentence of his book is, there is no drama without sin. So that's what you just said, which I think works both in the commercial dimension. There is... he says that life would be terribly boring without sin. So it would be horribly dull without sin. And therefore, in order to make a story, a plot interesting, we have to have somebody getting it wrong, sometimes getting it terribly wrong. But then he goes on, I mean, there is this wonderful mixture of playfulness in his treatment of sin with seriousness, when he says, but this book is not going to praise sin. So on the one hand, he understands the absolute presence of sin, and it's seeing it as a kind of propelling device for anything in life and drama. But at the same time, knowing that at least some forms of sin, not errors, not minor mistakes, but some forms of sin, really make our lives unbearable. And therefore, one has to find the proper balance between playfulness and the serious moment when he says, after all, for him, at the center of the canon, he, in this book on sin, he puts Macbeth.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Macbeth is one of Shakespeare's two rewrites of Dr. Faustus, which, of course, is the Marlowe play with the pageant of the Seven Deadly Sins in it.
Yeah.
Exactly. We're home. But I think the Seven Deadly Sins book hasn't been translated into English
Not yet.
No. Well, there you are. You see, this is what the disadvantage that Ronan and I have in dealing with this topic. But I'm interested that the Sin book comes back to Macbeth, because so much of what else we've said today about Jerzy's work has pointed out how often it comes full circle back to Hamlet, which, of course, it's the play with the touring players in it. How chances it they travel? It's as Manfred Pfister points out, it's the most pan-European of Shakespeare's plays. It's got Paris, it's got a murder done in Vienna, it's got a play that's written in very choice Italian, Poles, Danes, the English, all it mentions an awful lot of Europe. And also, it was the play performed here during the opening ceremonies by a touring company. I mean, it was right that it was a production of Hamlet. I mean, I'm sorry it was that production of Hamlet because it wasn't very good. But that wasn't the point. You know, the roof opened. I mean, what more could you want? But Hamlet is also, let's not forget, while we're on this juxtaposition between the playful and the eternal and the serious, Hamlet's also the Shakespeare play in which the characters are most explicitly worried about salvation. Mm-hmm. You know, there's sin and damnation very much to the fore in that play, just as there is in Macbeth. They kind of back onto each other. But yes.
If I can extend, yes, I'd like to really extend this concept of pan-European Shakespeare, because I think it really brings us to the pan-European notion of Professor Limon's scholarship. And I think it's a really fundamental context. I think it's something that has come out in every single presentation on this panel, that as a Shakespeare scholar, Professor Limon has been incredibly pan-European, and I think that's something not to be underestimated, particularly thinking about his career spanning a long period and how, when he started, it was dominated by the Anglo-American scholars. I mean, European Research, Shakespeare Research Association is in some sense not that old, if you particularly compare it to the German Shakespeare Gesellschaft. And I think his work has been incredibly important. Going back to his book, important book on English players touring Europe, to this very building where European companies come to perform various plays of Shakespeare. And I think it's an incredible through line through his career and his work. And I think the level of innovation, the level of forethinking, originality and brilliance in creating this through line is something not to be underestimated.
Just one thing more.
If I may, I'd like to add something. I neglected to say anything. Am I on? I neglected to say anything about Ulrich's influence on me, especially when I met him. I didn't know much about European Shakespeare. He was a very strong influence. The book that we edited together about Shakespeare in Middle Europe and so on led to a whole string of books by scholars around the world who collected essays by Shakespearean scholars and critics to show, we hope, that Shakespeare was not the province only of the Anglo-American sphere, that there were a lot of good essays to be had if we looked elsewhere.
So it's.
And may I say something?
Yes, please.
May I add something?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Two small comments on two aspects of our discussion. One, the pan-European Shakespeare in Gdansk. I would like to make you aware that the horizon is much broader. Two of the most interesting Hamlets that I've ever seen in Gdańsk. One was from Israel, the other was from Iran. And bringing the two together was quite an experience. That's one comment. The other on Macbeth, which Michael has mentioned. Macbeth, you may be interested, is the only play that Jurek discusses in Seven Deadly Sins in entirety. He makes as the trips or small excursions to all Shakespeare's plays throughout the book, but Macbeth is the only play that he tries to study and opens it with his ideas of sin. So I think that you may find, when the book is translated, this fascinating study of Macbeth. Thank you.
One more. Okay. Three strains in Macbeth that seem central to, in general, Jurek's reflection on Shakespeare are time, memory. and there was something third that I had in mind, but definitely the two. That one can hope to be saved through memory when passage of time is inevitable. Yeah.
Thank you. So now the time has come for each of our panelists to offer this closing statement. Professor J. Halio.
Yes?
Is there anything else that you'd like to add? A closing statement that you'd like to make? A conclusion?
Well, I think this conference has been very enlightening in many ways and a real tribute to Ulrich, or Jerzy Limon, as more properly called. I hope it is going to be recorded and available to others, because there are a good many insights that the various speakers have presented, and we should be very grateful to them for their words of expression. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Michael Dobson.
Oh, well, I mean, it's been an incredible privilege to be back in Gdansk, especially to be on this stage and to be among Jerzy's other friends. Did Jerzy have any enemies? I mean, I can't imagine how anyone could not love Jerzy. And I should express my gratitude, not just to the organizers of this event itself, but also to the Adam Mickiewicz Foundation, who covered some of my travel expenses. And when I think of Adam Mickiewicz, I think of that wonderful monument to him in Krakow, but also to the even more wonderful monument to him in Lviv. And I hope very much that that monument will still be there without a scratch on it next time I'm in Lviv.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Marta Gibińska.
Well, what I would like to say is that throughout my professional life, I learned from Jerzy. I profited from his expertise, from his scholarship, from his knowledge, erudition, but also, and extremely, from his friendship. And the privilege of being part of this conference is the privilege of being with him and with the people who he brought together. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Małgorzata Grzegorz-Ewska.
It's been both wonderful and very difficult to address Jerzy's academic work, filtered through all our emotions, our memories, and our sense of loss, which surfaces now and again in this conference. So it's both rewarding and difficult, but in a good sense of the word, I dare say.
Thank you. Professor Aneta Mancewicz.
Well, I think what we're trying to achieve in this panel, and what I think we've aimed at, is to really show, and I think what have come out from the discussion about sin, for instance, was the aspect of Professor Limon's work that I think showed him as a great humanist in the Renaissance tradition. I think that really shows his humanistic interest in a number of disciplines. I think it's come wonderfully throughout the day, how he's combined science with academic work, with literary outputs, but also humanist in a very human sense, you know, someone who's been very kind, always generous, an incredibly supportive colleague and mentor, for which I'm eternally grateful. But I think the other aspect, which I think is also really important, which has come out in this panel, is that he's been a visionary. And I think, you know, we're here thanks to his vision.
Thank you. Professor Ron Patterson.
It's extraordinary because we've all been talking about loss, and yet, actually, there are few people more present. That he instructed us, he enlightened us, he inspired us, and all of us carry that away from here. We carry it into our work, we carry it out into the world. And that presence, which is perhaps physically realized in this extraordinary building, but also in the many, many things that happen here and in his writing, that is our responsibility too. Mm-hmm. To take that inspiration and to share it.
Thank you. Let me just finish with a single sentence. We wouldn't be discussing these topics today had it not been for Jerzy Limon's this admirable eagerness to build bridges between the past and the present, bridges between theatre scholarship and theatre practice, bridges between historical periods and languages. And this is visible not just in his studies of Shakespeare, but in his other fields of activity, and many of these fields will be addressed tomorrow. So I'd like to thank our speakers and the audience for being part of this discussion, and I hope you enjoyed it. So please stay in touch, connect to your colleagues, and enjoy the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Agnieszka.
Po tym samym dobiegła końca część panelowa konferencji dzisiejszego dnia. O 18:30 zapraszam Państwa na wernisaż wystawy pod tytułem Pochwała szaleństwa 30-letniej fundacji Teatru Gdansk i historia powstania Gdańskiego Teatru Szekspirowskiego. Dziękuję bardzo.
The mic wasn't working.